Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the playing of the national anthem and the reading of the invocation.
Please remain standing as you're able as I read the invocation. As we gather together today, we recognize the great responsibilities that are laid upon us. Our council will always strive to understand the needs of the people we serve and to use power wisely and well. Our purpose is to establish and maintain a city of prosperity and righteousness where freedom prevails and where justice rules. Let us also not forget those who've served our community and whose work we must continue to do in their memory. Please be seated. So tonight we have assisting us from the clerk's office, Tanya Danos, who is a city clerk, with assistance from Melanie Figueredo. So, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councillor Weaver?
Present.
Councillor Vanderstelt?
Present.
Councillor Utley?
Present.
Councillor Sless?
Present.
Councillor McCreary?
Here.
Councillor Martin?
Here.
Councillor Carpenter?
Here.
Councillor Antosky?
Here.
Councillor Van Tilborg?
Present.
Councillor Wall?
Present.
And Mayor Davis.
I'm present. So as always, during this part of every meeting, I'd like to remind council members and viewers that we have a few rules to ensure that we operate as efficiently as possible in a virtual environment. So all members, please remain muted during the meeting to reduce feedback. All web cameras shall remain turned on of council members to ensure you count for quorum. Staff will be requested to join the video meeting as and when the need should arise to answer questions that members of council have for them. Any member of council should indicate their wish to speak by pushing the raised hand button in the participant screen, and staff will lower your hand once you finish speaking. In the event a connection service interruption occurs, we will automatically recess the meeting for up to 15 minutes to reestablish quorum. If we can't, the meeting is automatically adjourned. All members participating via the online video conference are voting using eScribe, and the votes are taken by clerk staff who will announce the vote results. Members of the public who appear as delegations or staff presenting as presenters, and we do a few of those tonight, take part electronically via webcam or via telephone for the meetings. Otherwise, all rules for delegations under the city's procedural bylaw continue to apply. I'll now take the mayor's liberty of making a few comments. And first of all, I'd like to talk about where we're at in respect to the COVID pandemic. I don't often take the opportunity to speak about that unless it is of sufficient merit or seriousness to justify me taking the time up at a council meeting. You know, we are what we hope will be the final act of this pandemic marathon that frankly we have all been enduring the past 15 months. However, as many predicted, this final stage of like any marathon, is proving to be divisive and is clearly the hardest and most difficult of everything that we've been through. The impact of the variants is turning this into a real and pressing crisis of greater proportions than anything we've lived through in the first and second waves. We have record number of daily cases in Ontario. We have all elected surgical procedures canceled, like hip replacements and knee replacements. We have hospitals across the country, not just in Ontario, running out of the 4 or 5 medications that have proven effective in treating COVID-19 patients. We have Ontario residents as young as 13 dying at home because these new variants are much more lethal, they're swift, and they spare no age group. We have hospital ICUs across the province at the breaking point with orange helicopters flying across the province, marshaling patients from the greater GTA to other areas such as ours. And now we have the province asking for the help of the Army and Red Cross to prevent our hospital system from breaking down. We now have doctors who have been trained to do, they're now being trained as we speak to do triage assessments. You know what that is? That's where patients who have an 80% chance of dying in the next 12 months, for those patients, if triage is in effect, instead of going to ICU where they would normally go, they're going to palliative care. And if that isn't bad enough, you know, we watch in horror in what's happening in India with double variant mutated virus, which is literally wreaking havoc on that nation that did so well during the first wave when they had a number of public health measures that they then, you know, lifted too quickly and allowed for very large mass gatherings. And of course, we have all the impacts on all of us, some more so than others, of stay-at-home restrictions that severely affect our freedoms, an impact upon our ability to carry on a normal and productive life. No one is escaping the impact of this pandemic. It is without doubt a crisis the likes of which we have never experienced in our lifetimes. And prior to us, you'd have to go to the World War II, the Great Depression, and the Spanish flu for anything comparable. You know what? However, we have a vaccination program where the number of residents who have received the first dose is now close to 40%, and the target being 65% by the end of May. And, you know, hopefully, I mean, that vaccination program, it represents hope. Hope that that vaccination program will eliminate any future waves and truly put this pandemic behind us so that we can say we've crossed the pandemic finish line of this marathon. You know, however, it's too late for that vaccination program to save us from the worst of this third wave. We know from our experience in the first wave, second wave, and we know from looking at other nations such as England, Israel, and Australia, that what allows you to control the third wave that they all experienced and came over successfully are public health measures. And what are they? I agree that they're somewhat inconsistent and can be confusing. But you know what? I try and simplify everything. I did that as a lawyer. And what I look at it is like this. The key is simple rules, staying home as much as possible, avoiding interacting with people outside your household unless absolutely necessary. And when you're out, keeping distance and wearing masks. It really is that simple. And we know these public health measures are effective when we work together and help one another in protecting ourselves and our loved ones. It doesn't work through the heavy hand of the state. It works when we all do the right thing. Sniping and arguing about whether this activity should be in or this activity should be out, it wastes our time, energy, our attention, and our focus on what we should be focusing on. And that is, through the public health measures, handing this virus a big loss and not another win. So let's make sure that we finish this pandemic marathon together, that we work together to get everyone across that finish line. And we don't do it by arguing with one another and tearing one another apart. We do it by working together. And really right now, that means following the public health measures, whether you agree with them or not, and getting vaccinated when your turn comes up. So what? Let's buckle down and carry on to get through this. It's worked for us in the past, worked for our ancestors, it'll work for us. So with that, I'd like to talk a little bit about something better, something happier. And that is recognizing one employee in particular who is retiring this Friday. And I have a particular identity with him because he and I are about the same age group, and our careers actually start about the same time together, almost in the same spot. And that, of course, is Gary Anderson. And Gary Anderson has been in charge of our bylaw enforcement. And there he is there down in the right-hand corner. And you know what? I got to talk a little bit about Gary, because Gary started off with the sheriff's office in the Oxford County Courthouse, where my legal career almost started. And then he switched over in 1985. He became the city of Woodstock's first bylaw enforcement officer, municipal prosecutor. And during his time with Woodstock, Gary became a member of the Ontario Association of Property Standards Officers. Bet you never even knew that existed, OPSO. OPSO became an integral part of Gary's growth as an officer. He became part of an instruction training team in 2001. He was actually the president of that organization from 2008 through to 2011. In July 2004, the city of Brantford made a very wise and fortuitous decision in hiring Gary as the first manager of property standards and bylaws. Gary helped draft the new lot maintenance and waste bylaw that handled private property waste, derelict vehicles, and long grass and weed complaints more effectively and efficiently. In 2014, Gary helped create the first dedicated City of Brantford Municipal Law Enforcement Unit of 4 uniformed officers, and of course, with whatever's happened in the last 2-3 years, and a very wise council. That's now grown to 7 and will shortly grow again by an additional 3 officers. Gary's been actively involved with the Executive Association of Professional Administrative Employees since 2005, and he served as the president from 2015 through 2020. In retirement, Gary is looking forward to do anything that does not involve taking complaints. And I'm glad to hear that he'll be pursuing teaching or instructional opportunities in his chosen field of profession. And Gary says he'll look forward to improving his golf game, but I think that's on hold for a little bit. And he's going to be a much more involved grandfather to his 2 grandsons, which I fully identify with, because I'm about to have a 6th grandchild. And he would like to travel the world, to include spending extensive time in his home of Scotland, so he can better appreciate his early heritage. I want to tell you, Gary, on behalf of the city of Brantford, and more particularly this council, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for the service that you provided to this organization. And in particular, during the last 14 months, when duty called, Gary stepped up. He could have, oh, this is too much, I'm going to take my retirement. He could have retired anytime in the last several years. But Gary stood tall, and he stood in support of our community and took on a very, very tough job. I'll never forget the day I read the email from the province that said they're going to download COVID rules to us, enforcement. I knew right then Gary's life had become far more complicated, but he carried out with great grace and stress under pressure. So Gary, I want to thank you and sincerely wish you, on behalf of all of us here, the best in your retirement. And unfortunately, before you leave, you're going to have to withstand the getting a mayor's retirement certificate, but I'm hoping you'll take it. Thank you, Gary. A good hand to Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I appreciate those kind words. very much appreciated. It's been an honor and privilege to work for this council, as with past councils. You're right, the COVID enforcement has been challenging, but I give kudos to other staff who've been involved in it, and my team of young officers who have also stepped up and been admirable in that cause. I appreciate those kind words, Mayor Davis. And again, in closing, it's been an honor and privilege to work for the citizens of Brantford through this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. On a different note, sort of a marking of the passing of the torch, the change of generations, the fact that we're an organization that continually renews itself. It gives me some pleasure to confirm that later tonight we'll be passing a bylaw appointing Kim Jolie, who began her career here in Brantford 2011 as legal counsel, appointing her as the city solicitor effective May 10th. And prior to joining the city in 2011, Kim had a private practice, and she was involved in defense work for municipalities. And over the course of her career at the city, Kim has provided a number of services to all departments and commissions of the city, and she's represented us at a number of appeals and tribunals, including successfully defending the city on a bylaw that was appealed to the Court of Appeal of Ontario. Kim has also served as counsel to our Brantford group of hydro companies, and she provided assistance in modernizing and restructuring that group of companies. Kim holds a Bachelor of Arts in English from McMaster University, a Bachelor of Laws from Western University, and was called to the Ontario Bar in 2003. Now, Kim's commitment to the efficient and effective management of the city's various legal needs, as well as her genuine care, as anyone knows who's dealt with Kim, for people, I think will serve her well in her new role as city solicitor and director of legal and real estate services. So please join us in congratulating Kim on her well-deserved promotion. Thanks, Kim.
Thank you very much. I'm honored to have been selected as a successful candidate, and I'm really looking forward to the challenge that this is going to bring. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim, and look forward to working with you. All right, so we'll now move on to item 4, declarations of conflict of interest. Councillor Vanderstel, I understand you have 2 conflicts, one 12.61 application. Well, you declare your conflicts. Go ahead.
You are correct, Mr. Mayor. First one is 12.4.2 with the Appointments Committee. The second one is 12.6.1, which is a planning application.
Great. And then next, Councillor Wall, I understand you have a conflict regarding appointment of citizen members.
Yep. One of the members who applied to one of our citizen committees is a client of mine.
Great. And lastly, Councillor McCurry, from what I've been advised, you've got a conflict to declare in respect to the application regarding 180 Grand River Avenue.
Proving once again, nothing gets by you, Mayor. Thank you very much. Yes, I have a conflict with respect to 12.6.1 and as well the bylaw 95-2021.
Great. All right. Are there any other pecuniary interests that anyone wishes to declare regarding any items on tonight's agenda? If you physically raise your hand, I will then recognize you. Not seeing anybody raise their hands. So just a reminder then that we'll now deal with the separation of items. So just a reminder that items 13.1 to 13.4, they're, of course, dealt with individual resolutions. At this time, we're separating the items in the committee reports, and I can tell you that we're going to be separating 12.11, that's the area specific development charges background study. There's a delegation. 12.3, the pilot project for physical security and guard services with the presentation for staff. 12.3.21, the prioritization matrix implementation asset management plan. We have a presentation for staff. 12.3.25, user fee and non-resident review task force, as a recommendation requires a blank to be filled in for that particular item. 12.4.2, appointment of citizen members to various advisory committees, boards, and appointments because of conflicts previously indicated. 12.6.1, the application for zoning bylaw amendment regarding 180 Grand River Ave because of conflicts of Councillor Vanderstel and McCreary. And the 12.6.9, the noise bylaw amendment as a deferral motion is coming from Councillor Wall. So who wants other items separated? Please raise your hand electronically. I'll recognize you and tell us what you want separated. Anybody? Okay, that's it. No other items to be separated. Not that I'm begging for it, but want to make sure that. Okay, that's it. I've read out the items that'll be separated. So, and also remind you that the items that we didn't deal with at our committee of the whole, there were some items we ran out of time. You know, 2 speaking opportunities, 4 minutes each. I'll let you know when we get to those. So, Councillor Rutley, can you please, I think you've got the motion to approve all items that have not been separated for discussion purposes. Will you please read the motion and state your seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Slass, that all items contained within the committee reports not separated for discussion purposes be approved.
All right, Madam Clerk, can you read out the title of those items before we take the vote on them?
Certainly, the items subject to this vote include from your Social Services Committee, item 12.2.1, Ontario's Vision for Social Assistance. Item 12.2.2, COVID-19 Social Services Relief Funding Update. From your Committee of the Whole, Operations and Admin, Municipal Weed Inspector Appointment. 12.3.2, Climate Action Update, including Tree Canopy Expansion Program and Client Lens Update. 12.3.3, Albion Street Bike Lane Project. Item 12.3.4, Brantwood Park Road Cycle Lanes. Item 12.3.5, Erie Avenue Paved Shoulder Bike Lanes. 12.3.6, Oxford Street Bike Lane Project. 12.3.7, New Right-of-Way Activity Policy. 12.3.8, Housekeeping, Traffic and Parking Control Bylaws. 12.3.9, Ontario Street and Cayuga Street Traffic Control. 12.3.10, Standardization of Waste Stop Valves. 12.3.11, Brantford Transit Multi-Year Governance Agreement for Joint Transit Procurements facilitated by Metrolinx. 12.3.12, City of Brantford Vision Zero Road Safety Plan. 12.3.13, City of Brantford comments on the provincial consultation, growing the size of the Greenbelt. 12.3.14, Vision Zero Task Force Report. 12.3.15, Environmental and Sustainability Policy Advisory Committee Report. 12.3.16, Brantford Immigration Partnership 2021 Action Plan. 12.3.17, COVID-19 Pandemic Response Seniors Programming. 12.3.18, Rainbow Crosswalk Installation. 12.3.19, wastewater billing for 11 Sturton Ave High Water Bill. Item 12.3.22, Road Closure and Disposition of Bertrand Place. 12.3.23, Work from Home Policy and Procedure. 12.3.24, Brantford Municipal Airport Board Report regarding board composition. 12.3.26, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Election to the Board of Directors. Firm Appointments Committee. 12.4.1, Downtown Brantford Business Improvement Area Composition. 12.4.3, Appointment of Liaison Representatives to various committees, boards, advisory committees, and task forces. From your Finance Committee, 12.5.1, 2020 Preliminary Year-End Variance Report. 12.5.2, Online Payment Options. 12.5.3, 2020 Development Charges Reserve Fund Continuity Report. 12.5.4, Treasurer's 2020 Statement for Cash in lieu of Parkland Reserve Fund. From your Committee of the Whole, Community Development. 12.6.2, Technical Amendment to Site Plan Control Bylaw number 90-2018 to add 43 East Avenue as a property subject to site plan control. 12.6.3, Heritage Register Project Owner Consultation Program for Listing Group B properties, procurement of consulting services. 12.6.4, Part Lot Control Relief Application PLC-01-21 for 1 to 23 Amos Ave. 12.6.5, Part Lot Control Relief Application PLC-02-21 for 402 to 434 Blackburn Drive. 12.6.6, Reallocation of the Provincial Offences Court Services Memorandum of Understanding. 12.6.7, the Mohawk Lake District Group Report number 2021-04-12 regarding real estate strategy, mandate, and billboard cost. 12.6.8, 2020 year-end report on building permit fees. 12.6.10, COVID-19 support system. 12.6.11, customer code of conduct. Those are all your items subject to this vote.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Vanderstel?
I apologize for the interjection. Perhaps you may not have seen the three hands that went up when you were speaking about Gary Anderson. I believe there may be some members of council who would also like to wish him well.
Let's get this vote out of the way, then we'll do that. Okay. All right. Thank you for reminding me of that. So Tanya, could you please take the vote on the matters that haven't been separated?
All items not separated for discussion purposes carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wolf, Mayor Davis.
Okay, forgive me my transgressions. And Mr. Anderson, can you get back up here, please? There we are. All right. Councillor Antosky, I see you've got that raised hand button. You're first.
Thank you, Mayor. Gary, you thought you were going to get away scot-free there, didn't you? You know, you work in an environment, probably one of the toughest environments in our world. You get calls from us all the time, emails from us all the time. What you and your team do is so critical to our community. And yet, you know, probably people aren't very happy to see you most of the time. And then you get this addition of COVID where people are fatigued and grumpy, and you still go out every day. And what I appreciate most is your ability to be firm, but to be fair, and to still have a great sense of humor, and just be one of my favorite people to stop in the hall when we could be in the halls and chat and touch base. So it really takes a specific personality to be able to deal with what you deal with all day and still be able to smile and really understand where people are coming from, even when they're just really frustrated and upset with what's going on. So I just want to thank you for your service and thank you for all you have done. And I know that you've trained some great team members, and I hope you really, really, really enjoy your retirement.
Thank you, Councillor Antosky. Councillor Wall.
I don't know if there's a single solitary employee of the city of Brantford who I have bugged more than Mr. Anderson. And I've told him this repeatedly, and I'm going to say it right here, he's literally one of my favorite human beings on planet Earth. So many of the concerns that I deal with as a city councilor come through bylaw. And Gary, no matter how crazy the situation was, how dumb my questions might be, or how much I bothered him by phone or email, or back in the day when we could walk into the office, always was there. This corporation was so blessed to have Gary on staff. He was an incredible leader. I got to go to one of his meetings one day when he was sitting with all of his staff members, and every one of them just was top notch, top of their game. And that was because they had Gary. And I am thankful, and I am going to miss you, man. I don't know what I'm going to do without you, to be honest, but I hope whatever you do, you enjoy it to its fullest, because you are just incredible. And that's it. Thanks.
Councillor McCurry, you're next.
Well, Mr. Anderson, let me say what a pleasure it's been to work with you, sir, these last number of years. And I promise you I will do my best to remember to take your phone number out of my book tomorrow and start calling somebody else come next Monday. I do hope you're going to pursue that career as a screenwriter, because I think the story of your municipal service life would make a fine TV series that could probably go 8 or 9 or 10 years. And I would encourage you to do that rather than getting bored and going to work at Home Depot, okay? That's something you could apply yourself to. And I do want to say, as a parting comment, that I did hear from a mutual friend today who asked me to pass along his regards on your retirement. And his message said, "Happy retirement, Gary. Love, Russell." Farewell, my friend.
Thank you, Councillor McCreary. Councillor Carpenter, you're next.
I can guess that last name. Councilor McCreary. Gary, I'm not going to talk about the accolades that's already been presented to you about all of your employees and the great work that you've done. I really want to talk about what a friend you've been to me. I've been on council since before your hair was white. And when we were both 30 years, I think, and we've been friends all that time. We've had mutual friends of ours pass away. We've spent time in funeral homes. We've talked about our grandchildren together. You truly are a friend, and I'm getting a little teary-eyed here, but I'm really going to miss you. But I'm so happy for you. You're going to be spending time with those grandchildren that I know you've cherished so much. I mean, we get together, we talk about our grandchildren, and you're going to spend time with your family. Good for you. God bless you. Just so nice to see that you're finally hanging it up and going to enjoy your family like you deserve so much. And there's lots that you can contribute in lots of other ways going forward. And I know you will. And I know you'll get up there to the lake where you love to go and enjoy. Just wish you so much luck. Retirement is wonderful. Remember, you don't have to set the alarm anymore. And if you sleep in, that's the privilege of a retirement. And when you get up and you don't know what you're going to do that day, that's okay too. So just ease into it, enjoy it. You've really earned it. I'm really going to miss you, my friend. And drop us a line every now and again. Let us know how those grandchildren are going. Send us a picture of those grandkids as they're growing too. I appreciate the pictures you've been sending. So really going to miss you, my friend. Thank you very much. Thank you for everything.
So much for that space bar. Thanks, Councillor Carpenter. Councillor Utley, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gary, we've already said our goodbyes, and that was a very pleasurable time. There is one outstanding issue in Ward 2 that I think you know which one I'm talking about. And when you go to Scotland, if you wouldn't mind leaving a forwarding number or address, I'd like just to keep you updated, just to let you know that you had a 99.9% record, and we want to tell you when you get that other 0.1%, so you can sleep easy at night. Okay. Thanks, Gary. All the best. Stay healthy.
Thanks, Councillor Utley. Councillor Weaver, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gary, you're going to be missed. I'm sure you're well aware of that by this point. I just wanted to thank you. I've been an enforcement officer with the province for 15 years, and I have no qualm saying that you've taught me a lot, not only about what you do, but how I actually do my work now. So I can't thank you enough for that teaching. There's lots of teachable moments that you've taught me, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. So hopefully we do get out for that beer we've promised each other. So once we're able to, we'll connect. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weaver. That's it. We'll now move into, thanks again, Gary. So we'll move into items 6, 7.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Statutory public meetings, recognitions of achievement. We don't have any tonight, other than what we've just done. So we'll move into proclamations. We have quite a few we got to get through tonight. So just remember that no member is permitted to speak to recognition of achievement or proclamation other than the person who reads it, but they just are supposed to read it. That's it. So you got 6 proclamations on tonight's agenda. Councillor Weaver, understanding you have the motion resolution to approve the proclamation. If you please read your motion and state your seconder.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This motion is moved by myself and seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Van der Stelt, that the following proclamations be approved. 8.1, Emergency Preparedness Week. 8.2, Supervised Parenting Awareness Month. 8.3, Aparxia Awareness Day. 8.4, Youth Sports Appreciation Week. 8.5, Huntington Disease Awareness Month. And 8.6, Personal Support Worker PSW Day.
All right, so let's have them read out so we know what we're voting on. Councillor Martin, if you would please read item 8.1. That's Emergency Preparedness Week. You're muted, Councillor Martin, if you can just unmute.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Whereas the Corporation of the City of Brantford recognizes the importance of emergency management in Ontario, and whereas the goal of Emergency Preparedness Week is to raise community awareness and the need to prepare for the possibility of an emergency, including having an emergency plan, a 72-hour emergency kit, and staying informed, and whereas all levels of government have an important role to play in the emergency preparedness and response, but ultimately the safety of our community is the responsibility of each and every one of us, and we must prepare now to build a resilient tomorrow. And whereas climate change is increasing the frequency and impact of natural disasters to every municipality, making it more important than ever to ensure that we as a community are prepared for any disaster. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaims the week of May 2nd to 8th, 2021 as Emergency Preparedness Week in the City of Brantford, and encourages all citizens to participate in educational activities on emergency preparedness.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Now, Councillor Wall, I think you're going to read 8.2, the Supervised Parenting Awareness Month proclamation.
Thank you. 8.2, Supervised Parenting Awareness Month, May 2021. Whereas Dalhousie Place Supervised Access has been an important part of this community for the past 28 years. And whereas Dalhousie Place Supervised Access has supported families in Brantford through custody, access, and divorce, and exists to provide safe visitation exchange centers. And whereas Dalhousie Place Supervised Access, funded by the Ministry of the Attorney General, has become known provincially, nationally, and internationally as a safe child-focused center. And whereas the Orange Ribbon Campaign is being held in May to raise awareness about the need and impact of supervised visitation, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaims May 2021 as Supervised Parenting Awareness Month in the City of Brantford.
Thank you, Councillor Wall. So we'll move to Councillor Vanderstel. You're going to read the 8.3 proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Indeed, I am. Moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Rick Weaver. Whereas childhood apraxia of speech is a challenging speech disorder that affects nearly 1 in 1,000 children, and whereas children with childhood apraxia of speech will not learn to speak without frequent, intensive, and appropriate speech therapy, and whereas a lack of appropriate speech therapy intervention may impact not only communication, but also individual outcomes, education, independence, mental wellness, and employment. And whereas public awareness about childhood apraxia of speech in Brantford is essential for families of children with childhood apraxia of speech and the professionals who support them to best advocate for needed services for children learning to use their own voice. And whereas our highest respect goes to children with childhood apraxia of speech and to their families for their effort, determination, and resilience in the face of obstacles. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaims May 14th, 2021 as Apraxia Awareness Day in the City of Brantford. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Vanderstel. Councillor Sluss, you have item 8.4, Youth Sports Appreciation Week.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a Youth Sports Appreciation Week, April 19th to the 25th, 2021. Whereas the Brantford Sports Council is an organization that promotes the development and delivery of youth sports in our community, an advocate for local sports organization, and promotes sports tourism, a community partnership dedicated to the betterment of sport in Brantford. And whereas the Brantford Sports Council proudly supports some 18 youth sports organizations that provide quality sport experiences to the children of Brantford. And whereas thousands of children are registered annually in a variety of youth sport programming in the City of Brantford each year. And whereas youth sport organizations are supported by community residents who volunteer countless hours of their time in support of youth sport in our city. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has had a significant impact across all elements of our community, the sports community in the city of Brantford remains positive, vibrant, and excited about the future of sport beyond the pandemic. And whereas the Brantford Sports Council enthusiastically celebrated Youth Sport Week in our community in a safe manner and engaged the athletes, coaches, families, and community stakeholders with a variety of virtual opportunities to tell their sports stories. And whereas in recognition of the week, a limited number of members from the sport community joined Mayor Kevin Davis at City Hall, located at 100 Wellington Street, on Friday, April 16, 2021 at 12 noon, as he raised the flag to promote youth sport in Brantford and to acknowledge and honor many volunteers that support sport programming and offered in our community. And now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaims that April 19th through 25th, 2021 was a successfully celebrated Youth Sports Appreciation Week in the City of Brantford.
Thanks, Councillor Sluss. I'll now read Huntington Disease Awareness Month. So whereas the fear of losing one's mind and the fear of losing control of one's body is amongst the most profound of human fears. And whereas both losses occur in Huntington disease, an inherited and fatal brain disorder that strikes in the prime of life, and whereas every child of a parent with Huntington disease faces a 50% risk of inheriting this genetic disorder, and there is no known effective treatment and no known cure yet. And whereas the Huntington Society of Canada has initiated and supported research into the cause and nature of this fatal disease, and the work of the society has brought new hope to people with Huntington's disease and families who bear the burden of this affliction. And whereas research continues to offer the promise of early diagnosis, treatment techniques, and ultimately a cure for Huntington disease, and the month of May will be observed as Huntington Disease Awareness Month in communities across Canada. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Council, the Corporation, the City of Brantford hereby proclaims the month of May 2021 as Huntington Disease Awareness Month in the City of Brantford, and it urges all citizens to lend their support to the Huntington Society of Canada in its efforts to unravel not only the mystery of Huntington disease, but also a wide range of other genetic, neurological, and psychiatric disorders that affect the lives of so many Canadians. Councillor Carpenter, I think you're the last one. Item 8.6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Personal Support Worker Day, May 19th. Whereas PSWs have selfishly and tirelessly provided care to our community's most vulnerable through an extraordinary challenging year, a year made more precarious by a pandemic the likes of which many of us have never seen. Through all of this, they have been and continue to remain steadfast and true. They have given so much of themselves every day, sacrificing their own health, safety, time with their families, even their own lives to ensure the safety and care of our seniors and vulnerable. And whereas PSWs ensure that people in long-term care facilities or in their homes are safe and cared for, they make every effort to provide the best possible care to them and do it with a sense of compassion and empathy that is the badge of honor of every PSW. Now, more than ever, we are thankful for our PSWs, along with all healthcare workers on the front lines caring for those who are affected by COVID-19. And whereas PSWs truly deserve our recognition and respect for everything that they have done through this pandemic and through the working conditions they face every day, especially in long-term care settings. PSW Day is an opportunity to celebrate their contributions to our community and to our loved ones. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby proclaim May 19, 2021 as Personal Support Worker Day in the City of Brantford, and urges all citizens to thank all PSWs and frontline healthcare workers for continuing to provide this essential and vital work that directly impacts the lives of so many of us in Brantford every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote to approve all of the proclamations that were just read?
Sorry, it looks like eScribes just paused for a moment. Just bear with us. We're just going to refresh it on the screen. My apologies. Looks like eScribe is not wanting to have the proclamation vote come to your iPads nor to the screen. So Mayor Davis, if you're all right with a show of hands, then we can call the motion that way. All those in favor? All proclamations have carried on a unanimous vote.
I just want to make a comment that it did come to my iPad, so just in case that helps clerks at all.
As it did mine.
Came to mind 4 times. So we'll move on then to presentations, delegations. I'd like to remind those in the meeting today that this is a city council meeting and the following rules of decorum as set forth in the city's procedural bylaw apply. No person shall display any sign, banner, or placard in the meeting room other than materials that, in the opinion of the chair, are legitimate audiovisual aids necessary in connection with any presentation made to council. All persons present shall use polite and respectful language and shall refrain from use of any language or the making of any gesture that is disrespectful or offensive. All persons addressing council shall speak only to the subject matter that's in debate and shall not speak to any other subject matter. No person shall applaud participants in the debate or engage in conversation or behavior that may otherwise disrupt the proceedings of the meeting. So I believe we have 2 presentations and 1 delegation on the agenda for tonight. So let's begin with the public delegations, and we have, I believe, Daryl Keller from the Altus Group and Marcus Gagliardi from Cache Developments to speak to us regarding the DC development charge approval. So to ask if they would please come forward to speak to item 12.1.1, and that is the proposed area specific development charge rates and bylaw. Please note, sirs, that you have 10 minutes for your remarks, inclusive of questions from members of council. So the floor is yours, sirs.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Good to see you again. So the reason we're back here again is to discuss the area-specific development charge bylaw that was put before you, I believe, 3 weeks ago at the Committee of the Whole. And one of the things that we discussed at that meeting was really just needing a little bit more time to complete our own analysis with Altus Group, which is why Mr. Keller is here this evening, as well as have some more detailed discussions with staff, as well as their consultants over at Hemson Group. So as promised, since that meeting, we did provide a detailed analysis to staff, prepared by ourselves and Altus Group. We were able to have 1 meeting with staff on April 14th, where we discussed some of the items, but we're still a little bit of at a distance on some items from the Hemson report. And just in short, some of them are focused around the absorption rates that have been proposed by Hemson. and the build out of the Tatula Heights area in particular. You know, they've proposed a 20 or 25-year build out of that area. You know, in our opinion, and based on our experience in the market and absorption rates, you know, we would anticipate absorbing, or the market absorbing, you know, anywhere between 200 and 250 units a year, which would put the project absorption at about 9 or 10 years compared to the 20 or 30 that they've proposed. So some of that tracks back to some of the interest costs that they've forecasted. And some of the other items that we discussed with staff was potentially trying to break out the area on a block and infrastructure basis, so that if parts of the bylaw had to move forward for, I think it's one particular employment land area that needs the bylaw once the official plan is approved, that could happen while we still talk about some of the Tatula Heights area DCs. And I've got Mr. Keller here this evening, so if there's any technical questions around some of the interest rates or absorptions or any of the forecasted amounts, I'm glad that he's here. He may be able to respond to them a little better than I can.
All right, so is that it, Marcus?
Yes, more so just to answer some questions. And I think, you know, respectfully, the objective of us this evening is really to ask for another couple of weeks via deferral on your parts. We've had some great discussions with staff. I think we're getting somewhere. And I think another couple of weeks to meet with them and Hemson just to iron out a few more fine details would serve us well as the city as a whole.
Great, thanks. So let's see, members. Yes, Councillor Wall, that's a question.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Marcus, are you seeking for a councillor to move a deferral on this item? Have you already arranged that, or is this just something you're doing with staff?
Well, I believe the bylaw is here for adoption this evening. So in order for it to not be adopted this evening, I believe it will require a deferral.
Amazing. Okay, is staff are going to speak next, Mayor Davis? Can I ask staff if can we do that then?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm asking staff, can we do as Marcus is requesting? Should I move the deferral for him and have it seconded by someone else?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Joelle Daniels, Director of Finance. I believe, can I just confirm that this is the delegation phase and our report isn't actually on the floor yet?
Yeah. Okay, I'll rule this way, Councillor Wall. This is the delegation. They're
awesome
presentation.
Sure. Yep.
And it's going to come up in bylaws and you can deal with it then. You can ask questions of staff at that point.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So this is questions for the delegate. Any other questions for the two members that appear before us tonight? All right. Oh, I'm seeing Councillor Vanderstelt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Marcus. How are you?
Great. How are you doing?
Good, good. Are you certain that 2 or 3 weeks is sufficient, or do you believe it may go longer than that? What are the risks associated in your opinion?
Yeah, I think 3 weeks would be a good time. Again, we're not trying to delay the process, so you know we would put on ourselves and Daryl, Mr. Keller, to be available for meetings, respond to any questions, and really work hand in hand with staff as quickly as possible. As you know, as we promised at the last meeting, we would deliver the detailed analysis. We did that on time. We were able to get a meeting with staff just before the committee of the whole meeting. Just didn't happen. It only happened a couple of days before, but so we would be looking to work with staff as collectively and holistically as possible over the next 2 to 3 weeks to see if we could, you know, iron out some of those fine details. I guess I can't really say of any risks on our part, but I will say from a planning standpoint, and maybe planning staff can jump in, I guess the only risk to the city, and you know, it's something that we want to avoid at all costs. But if we can agree on certain things, for example, if we can't have the item deferred this evening, the only mechanism for us as a developer and a builder to seek any adjustments later on would be then to appeal the bylaw to the local planning tribunal and have those discussions in that forum. Whereas if we seek a deferral this evening, we're able to get the deferral, continue the discussions harmoniously with staff. We can kind of work out those details and avoid that appeal process, which will save everybody time and resources in the long run.
And a follow-up, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as I understand it, you have been involved in this block plan planning exercise, and that is with some community partners as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We very quickly, the Tatula Heights West Block Plan group has come together very quickly. We've got, we represent about 85% or 87% of the lands in that Tatula Heights West block area. There's ourselves, the Spielziak family, the Schutz piece as well. And we meet weekly. We meet weekly and bi-weekly. So we're available to have discussions with staff. We're available every week to progress things forward, and we're looking forward to it, and we're hoping we can see eye to eye on this one as well.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak to the delegation, but the delegation sort of made a comment that if they didn't get a deferral, their only option to speak to this would be at LPAT. So if you get a deferral and you have a discussion with staff and you don't get exactly what you want, you can still go to LPAT, can you not?
It's a good question. The answer is yes, but ultimately we'd be looking to work with staff over the next couple of weeks to avoid that.
Does work with staff mean lowering your costs on development charges? Is that what the goal is here?
No, that's not the goal entirely, and I'll let Mr. Keller speak to some of the finer objectives of our discussions with staff.
Yeah, so hopefully everyone can hear me okay. In terms of what the kind of objectives are of the additional time and additional, both time in terms of time frame, but also time with staff to kind of iron out some of the details. So it's not about getting the rates lower or anything like that. It's a bit of a complicated development area, and that there's kind of 3 different block plans. There's some assumptions within the development charge background study about absorption periods, which we think, if they're corrected to reflect the reality of the timing of the block plans, it would affect kind of the interest costs that are in there. It's essentially, the DC study is predicated on essentially a 30-year mortgage, more or less. But in this case, the mortgage is going to be essentially paid off within 10 years. So there's a lot of interest costs that are assumed that aren't even going to be incurred by the city. They're going to be incurred through a front-ending arrangement that there needs to be some additional paperwork, some additional details ironed out before I think Marcus and his team can be satisfied that things are going to be reflective of the reality on the ground and not kind of lumped into the same box that the northern boundary lands are, where a 30-year build out is more of a realistic horizon. And the impacts of that longer horizon being assumed for Tutela Heights is interest costs being added into the DC, which, if the works are front-ended, they're interest costs that are borne by the front-enders, not the city. And so there's a lot of methodological issues like that that aren't just about driving down costs, they're about making sure that the ASDC reflects reality and is timed as well, instead of waiting for if there's different landowners within the Tutela Heights West area, you're not waiting for 30 years to get payback from the northern boundary people because you're all lumped into one ASDC, or other landowners within Tutela Heights. You can kind of, the development can be wrapped up and the city can be out from an administrative perspective as well in 10 years, rather than kind of hanging on and holding on to funds and distributing things. So it's also like one of the side effects is that it makes the whole ASDC more administratively easy, or quicker anyway, for the city's perspective.
All right, well, thank you very much, Marcus and Daryl. We got a little bit beyond your 10 minutes, but yeah, we will be dealing with this later, certainly in respect to bylaws. So thank you very much for coming tonight and presenting us the information. You also did provide a written material that I think on 2 occasions that I believe most council members will review. So thanks again.
Thank
So
you
we'll
very
now
much.
move on to staff presentations, and there's two of them. First one is in reference to item 9.21, and we have Stephen Ramnath, who is the Security Technical Specialist at the City, Lee Sordo, Director of Facilities Management and Security, and Rick Cox, Manager of Facilities Operations and Maintenance. And they're here to speak to item 12.3.20, the results and recommendations pilot project for physical security guard services. Please note, staff, as you well know, that you have 10 minutes for your presentation, inclusive of questions from members of council. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and the viewing public. My name is Steve Ramnath, and I'm a security technical specialist responsible for the city's various physical security elements, including security systems and security guard services. I'm available here this evening along with my manager, Rick Cox, and Director Lee Sordo with the Facilities Management and Security Department to answer any questions you may have following this presentation. I'll be providing a high-level overview of the impact of the corporate security guard team through the use of incident reports, patrol data, and feedback from stakeholders as general indicators, and summarize progress made to date, including any efficiencies, opportunities available for improving the level of safety and security, and will provide recommendations to continue or improve the corporate security guard services. Next slide, please. Background. The 4-month pilot project began on January 11th, implementing several best practices in municipal corporate security by providing enhanced 24-hour security guard services that proactively deters and intervenes in situations presenting safety and security risks to people and property. These enhancements were intended to improve the security presence, deter incidents, and provide the necessary immediate improvements while allowing staff the opportunity to investigate and report back with a more permanent and holistic approach to corporate security. Incidents commonly encountered by the team include trespassing and prohibited activities such as vandalism, substance use, and safety hazards, including encampments and drug paraphernalia. The team responds to alarms and proactively ensures that city properties are secure, and works with staff and contractors to address maintenance issues, which reduces risk to people and the city, and really sets an example for maintaining property standards and a commitment to safety and security across city properties. With several overdose-related incidents encountered by the team each month, the hundreds of well-being checks that are conducted by the team have prevented potential deaths and has been vital, especially when every second counts in these situations. The team is committed to a customer service first and empathetic approach in protecting people and property, and enforces the Trespass Property Act on and in relation to city properties, while also connecting people to community supports whenever possible. The team is also supporting a stratified approach to community safety, which integrates layers of security measures. And while the enforcement authority of the team is legally restricted to city properties, they are an extra layer of deterrence that collaborates closely with bylaw, Brantford Police Service, Wilfrid Laurier Special Constable Services, property owners, and other private security of our community partners, including Conestoga College, to improve community safety. Next slide, please. So the enhanced corporate security guard services has reduced gaps in physical security and exposure of people and property to safety and security risks. And with over 500 reported incidents per month, ongoing risks associated with these security incidents remain and will increase again if this enhanced service is discontinued. Corporate security guard services has enabled deploying extra security coverage as required to assist with managing demonstrations, protests, facility closures, and social distancing requirements related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the team ensures that these extra deployments are coordinated, supervised, and have the support of the patrol team. According to incident trends and anecdotal feedback, there's an ongoing demand for these services, which is successfully achieving the intended improvements to physical security and safety. On average, a decrease by approximately 31% of calls to Brantford Police Service, decreased property damage. Staff, tenants, and community members have reported feeling safer and have come to rely on services provided by the team. They report that potentially losing access to these services would mean losing the proactive and responsive security presence that they have come to appreciate, which would negatively impact perceptions of safety. Please refer to the report for more details. Appendix A provides quantitative analysis and Appendix B provides qualitative feedback from stakeholders. And please also note that a memo has been submitted with a revision to the incident counts in Table 1, Appendix A. The team has become progressively more familiar with properties and people, adapted to safety and security concerns and incident trends, and will continue to become more effective if extended. For example, it has reduced the need for staff overtime and for other contractors for alarm response and after-hours service. And the team has been successful in laying a foundation of a positive rapport with the community members and has been able to consistently gain compliance without the use of force and generally without requiring the assistance of Brantford Police Service to resolve minor incidents. And that being said, with fewer low priority calls for police service, the team has been able to consistently rely on a timely response to the few incidents that have required police assistance. Extension will enable more accurate reporting on the impact of the project beyond the cold weather conditions and the current COVID-19 pandemic situation. Next slide, please. So 2 physical security advisory groups have been formed to facilitate networking, coordination, and collaboration to support staff with advice on effective measures that will protect the city's assets and people. The corporate group includes staff representatives across the corporation and is comprised of 2 subgroups, one focused on policies, procedures, and processes, and the other focused on physical security systems. The community group includes a variety of community partners and stakeholders. If extended, these groups will continue to inform improvements to the corporate security guard services. Next slide, please. With only a portion of city facilities being patrolled by the team, additional security guard patrol resources would enable the current patrol deployment to expand the security presence to other city facilities, including several arenas, community centers, equipment yards, parks, and vacant lands that are currently not being patrolled. For example, reported incidents of vandalism at some of these properties have resulted in significant incurred costs for repairs, estimated in the tens of thousands of dollars. Next slide, please. Housing security. So prior to this pilot project, there were no security guard services provided at city housing facilities with the exception of Marlene Ave. In under 4 months, however, over 800 incidents have been reported by the team related to city housing facilities, which represents approximately 35% of the overall number of incidents reported by the team. In order to meet the current and projected security needs of the housing facilities, as well as effective patrol, security presence, and incident response across all city properties, there's a need for a second patrol unit, ideally 2 security guards and a vehicle 24/7 dedicated to housing sites. However, given financial constraints, staff have come up with the alternative recommendation of 1 security guard for 16 hours per day. Security guard services at Marlene Ave are currently provided by a different company from the main contract with the city for security guard services and the pilot project, and bringing this deployment under the single and direct supervision of the corporate security guard team would provide for some cost savings and administrative efficiencies, such as providing direct communication, tracking, and reporting to the city security technical specialist, and also that the vehicle at Marlene Ave would be able to be available to be used for patrolling other housing sites as well. So at this time, there's no replacement for the security responsibilities held by the key holder positions at housing sites. Staff will continue to review this position with a potential to incorporate the current security requirements into the corporate security program. Next slide, please. Here are the financial implications for what staff are recommending and what those recommendations get the city. Staff are recommending extending the current pilot project program, including the 24/7 patrol team, by 9 months until the end of January, when the current security guard services contract ends. This first line represents the level of service that has been implemented since January 11th with the pilot. That's 1 guard, a supervisor, and a vehicle 24/7. The Marlene Avenue security costs are included in the annual Home for Good operating budget, and there is expected to be no increase to the budget and presents no further financial impact. The second line represents the current level of services at Marlene Ave for 1 guard and a vehicle 24/7, which staff are recommending consolidating with the corporate security guard team contract to achieve the cost and administrative efficiencies. Beyond what is currently implemented, staff are recommending adding a housing patrol guard, which will be dedicated for 16 hours per day. A contingency and the cost of security operations software are also recommended to be added. The total cost of a pilot project, as recommended, for a period of 9 months totals $497,900, which is available from the capital funding envelope reserve and provides a sufficient budget to fund the extension and expansion of the project until January of 2022. The permanent implementation and management of this service level increase included in the expanded program and as recommended in the report would require an 11-month unavoidable increase in the amount of $606,400 in annual operating costs starting in 2022. Staff are recommending that this unavoidable increase be included in the 2022 operating budget. Next slide, please. So next step, staff will be transitioning the security guard services at Marlene Ave to the corporate security guard team for the remainder of the term ending in January 22. And staff will also purchase security operations software.
Steve, can you wrap it up in the next 30 seconds, please?
Yes, that's all I need. The software will be purchased to ensure that this important tool will continue to be used by the team undisrupted, even if the pilot project is discontinued or security guard service vendors change. The team will continue to be able to use this important software. And this provides important features in optimizing efficiencies of incident reporting, incident analysis, dispatching, post orders, and provides a live dashboard, command center, and some performance compliance functions. And we will also continue to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of the program and collaborate with and include input from stakeholders, including the corporate and community physical security advisory groups. Last slide. So that's all I have for you. I sincerely appreciate your attention this evening. Thank you very much. And now we can take any questions.
Steve, you're going to be on the 10 minutes, but members are entitled to ask questions when we deal with this later this evening, so don't go away.
Thank you.
Some questions for you. So we'll move on then to item 9. Thanks, Steve. 9.2.2. Amber Dewar, the asset management specialist, being item 12.3.21, the prioritization matrix implementation asset management plan. Amber, if you please come forward, I'm going to ask Councillor Toski, can you take over for a few minutes, please?
Yes, go ahead, Amber.
Great, thank you. Good evening. My name is Amber Dewar. I'm the new asset management specialist. And I'm here today with my manager, Mike Abraham, and my supervisor, Sharon Anderson. So essentially what we're talking about today is that infrastructure planning has created a tool to improve the capital budget process in the form of a decision or prioritization matrix. Essentially, this matrix assigns a weight to a series of criteria, which is scored by the project team filling out the matrix, and it outputs a final priority number. And then during the capital budget process, we will use those priority numbers to build a prioritized list of projects for each budget year. Next slide, please. So I'm sure a lot of people are wondering where this project came from. Essentially, in 2019, we completed the Strategic Asset Management Policy, which is part of a larger regulation called OREG 588/17, which is dictating how municipalities are to complete their asset management planning. And as you can see, one of the goals of the Strategic Asset Management Policy was to ensure that asset management plans have sufficient information for the prioritization of capital needs and operating budgets across the organization. And so we're proposing to include this matrix as part of our asset management plan in 2021 this year. Next slide, please. So in terms of our project to date, we ran working groups with every department in the city involved with capital projects. And we brainstormed criteria and weightings in those sessions. Then we compiled data from those workshops, presented a draft final matrix to the groups. We got them to test the matrix with their own projects. And then finally, we finalized the matrix and we conducted a workshop with the CAO as well as council members. So many of you are familiar with this project already. Next slide, please. So how do we currently prioritize? Groups are experts in their field and their department, but we're not consistently prioritizing corporately. And that's what this matrix is trying to achieve today. Typically how staff prioritizes is through internal discussions, but a lot of them use various criteria such as condition assessments or regulatory requirements to see when projects should go. And you'll see as I go through the criteria that a lot of these criteria discussed in the workshops are included as final criteria in the matrix. Next slide, please. So what are the benefits of formal prioritization? What we're trying to do is create an objective and fair process because it's shown that if people can see why maybe their projects didn't go through in year one, they're more likely to accept it if they're aware that it's objective and fair, what we're trying to do. We also want to ensure that the process is consistent and repeatable so that we're doing the same thing every year with improvements if necessary. It provides justification for capital projects. There's no question as to why a capital project went over another one. It also ensures budget is being spent in alignment with city defined priorities because we're defining those priorities. And finally, it improves the estimates process because we're not starting from scratch every time we walk in the room. We have a list of priorities that's open for discussion. Next slide, please. So what's our end goal with this prioritization process? Well, it's essentially to figure out when projects should happen. So we do that by, again, as I've been talking about, dictating the importance of the project through criteria and the urgency of the project through the weightings that we've assigned to them. So if a project hits a lot of criteria and it gets a high score on those criteria, it's a do now project. It's something we're going to put 1 to 3 years in our capital plan. And then otherwise, if it's, it hits a lot of criteria, but it's not as urgent, it's going to be something we do in 4 to 10. If it doesn't hit a lot of criteria, but it shows urgency in those criteria, then it's something we're going to maybe move beyond 10 years. And then finally, if it's not hitting any of our criteria and it's not scoring high, even on the criteria it is hitting, is it a project we should do anyway? And should we be doing a service review on it and seeing if we actually should continue owning that asset or doing that project? Next slide, please. So in terms of what we got from the workshops that we completed with staff, overwhelmingly, the top criteria was risk mitigation. You can see it has the highest weighting at 20%. And the second highest was regulatory requirement. That was a lot of what was motivating a lot of groups' projects. Typically, those two were the highest unless it was a group that was handling growth projects, which typically had, level of service and strategic plan runner on there. We also look at operations and resource efficiency, and strategic plan refers to if it's in an official or master plan. Department priority, which is what the department sees that priority of the project is. Political interest, which is how council or a local board sees the priority of that project. Community need, if the community is asking for that project. Availability of external funding, so is there a grant opportunity that's specific to that project? Environmental initiatives, is it part of the climate change action plan? Other supporting documentation, is it in a condition assessment or feasibility study? Project simplicity, is it a project we can do internally that's a lot of value for not a lot of money? And finally, value of built heritage, which is one of our part of our city's motto. So of course that's included as part of our matrix as well. Now, a question I got a lot when doing this is, we have council priorities already. So how is that accommodated in this matrix? I've included it in the report, but I'll give an example here. So our priority 5 is growth is successfully accommodated in expansion lands. That would hit on 4 of our large criteria. It would be on strategic plan, it would be in level of service, it would be in community need, and it would be in political priority. So we are accommodating all of these council priorities within this matrix. It's just allowing us to prioritize within our priorities. Next slide, please. So this is an example of one of our criteria, which is regulatory requirement. It's one of our simpler criterias. You read the description, based on that description, you give a score. But as you can see, I had a lot of questions also with what about people gaming the system? We are requiring people to specify, say, the regulation and provide a short description of how it fits within that score as well for QA/QC purposes. Next slide, please. Now, risk mitigation, of course, it's 20%, so it's a little more complicated of a criteria. I can't go through everything today because we don't have time, but essentially you're picking scores. Again, you're getting a very clear description. Next slide, please. And then within that description, there's going to be some calculations in the back end that outputs a final score. But again, it's very clear how those scores are applied. Next slide, please. So in terms of what our final decision matrix looks like, you can see that I have 4 projects here: major bridge repair, climate change report, building expansion, and cycling trail reconstruction. You can see kind of how the scoring ended up. Our cycling trail was number 1, our major bridge repair was 2, climate change report was 3, and then way down was our building expansion. But I've highlighted criteria which would be flagged, which would put the projects on a flagged list, which would be reconsidered if for whatever reason it scored low. So it shows on this list that if that building expansion could get a funding source, it would be put on another list for consideration. So that's just showing how you can change the importance of your project if you're able to go for projects that fulfill our scoring, right? Next slide, please. So what we're doing with the matrix is we're not completely reworking the budget process. We're having asset groups bring their projects forward, put them through the corporate project prioritization matrix, and then we're changing the internal estimates process just by adding that first step of having that priority list to go off of. So we're going to use that priority list to figure out where a project should happen, if they should be in 1 year, 10 years, over 10 years, or require a service review. And we're going to use that to in our first round of implementation, go through our capital budget, and then a future implementation would be O&M, and then energy eventually, if that's how we move forward in the city. And then it'll go to council the same way it does in other years, and reserves will remain in place.
Okay, Amber, you've got about 30 seconds.
Perfect. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, we're going to develop the budget process with finance from April to June. And then we're going to develop a cleaner interface with IT at the same time. And then we're going to work with implementing the matrix and training staff to ensure that staff is filling out the matrix consistently, because we want to ensure that we're catching any way that people can maybe make mistakes within it. Next slide, please. And I'm open to any questions. I know we might not have time now, but thank you.
Thank you. We're out of time. Mr. Mayor, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you very much for doing that for me, Councillor Antosky. So we'll move to item 10, Clerk's Report and Communication. Councillor Van Tilburg, would you please move the motion to receive the Clerk's Report for Communication for the month of March 2021?
Moved by myself, seeking a seconder. Councillor Wall. That the Clerk's Report of Communication for April 2021 be received.
Great. Any discussion on that? Not. Tawny, would you please take the vote on that?
The clerk's report on communication has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Thank you. We'll move to item then 11, minutes. Councillor Sless, would you please move the motion to adopt the minutes listed on the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Utley, that the following minutes be approved. City Council, February 23rd, 21. Special City Council, March 16th, 2021. Special City Council, March 23rd, 2021. Special City Council, March 30th, 2021. Special City Council, April 7, 2021. Special City Council, April 20, 2021. Special City Council, Private and Confidential, March 23rd, 21. Special City Council, Private and Confidential, March 30, 2021. Special City Council, Private and Confidential, April 7, 2021. Special City Council, Private and Confidential, April 20, 2021. And the following to be received: John Noble Home Committee of Management, April 14, 2021, and John Noble Home Committee of Management, Private and Confidential, also April 14, 2021.
Thank you, Councillor Sless. Are there any errors, omissions in the regular special council minutes or discussion on the John Noble Home Committee of Management meeting minutes? Seeing no raised hands, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote on that?
All minutes have carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councilors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Thank you. We'll move to item 12, the committee reports that were separated for discussion purposes. Councillor Martin, would you please read your motion to get those matters on the floor?
I move, seconded by Councillor McCurry, that all items in the committee reports, items 12.1 to 12.6, separated for discussion purposes, be approved.
Thank you very much. And so as per our usual practice, which is to first address items for which there were delegations or presentations, we'll begin then with item 12.11. That's the area-specific development charges background study, proposed area-specific development charge rates and bylaws. We, of course, have a delegation in respect to that. So any discussion on this particular item? Councillor Vanderstel. Just a reminder of 5 minutes when speaking opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, I'm just wondering about if we can get some bare bones discussion on the risks associated with a 3-week delay to this process.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my video has stopped. It's Joelle Daniels, Director of Finance, City Treasurer, so I'll just remain just on voice for now. Certainly there are some financial risks in doing so. So the official plan has been submitted to the province for approval. There is a risk that once the province does approve that and we don't have a bylaw in place, an area-specific development charge bylaw in place, and the planning department receives completed applications for those areas, that the DC rates for those developments would be frozen at the current citywide rates, which is substantially lower than what's being proposed in the area-specific development charges bylaw.
I had a feeling that would be your answer. Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further discussion? See no raised hands. Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote on this item?
Item 12.1.1 being the 2021 area-specific development charges background study, statutory public meeting, proposed area-specific development charges rates and bylaw has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, so we'll move to item 12.3.20. That is the pilot project for physical security guard services that we had a presentation on. And so just a reminder on this one, because we haven't had any prior discussion or debate on this, it's 2 speaking opportunities, 4 minutes each. So, Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Steve. Hopefully he's still hiding somewhere behind a dark screen somewhere. There he is. Hi, Steve. Thanks for your presentation. Question for you. The proposed 16-hour-a-day security position, what are the proposed hours of coverage for those 2 shifts?
Right now, I believe they're evening and overnight hours, and we still are analyzing our incident data for housing facilities. So that may change or be adapted based on incident trends that we're noticing. We want to make sure that 16 hours is deployed most efficiently to deter the most incidents as possible. Right now, those trends are leaning towards the overnight hours. And so that would leave the daytime housing patrol coverage by the current housing patrol deployment, and that extra housing dedicated patrol during the evening and overnight hours. And again, that may be adapted if we see the need to optimize that deployment.
Okay, so what you probably have seen, without going into too much of the your recording structure, just for the good folks at home, in every category of unwanted kind of behavior, you've seen a steady trend, a steady reduction in unwanted persons and vandalism in all of your categories. Is that correct at every location, or some locations?
Through the chair, some locations have more. We are seeing more incidents at particular facilities, and that includes a number of our housing facilities. As I mentioned, they're making up approximately 35% of the overall incidents that the team has reported, and there are a handful of sites, housing properties, where we are seeing higher than average incident reports coming from those particular sites.
Right. And have you had any members of the public, like businesses or anything like that, reach out to your services requesting the same types of services that you're providing for the city of Brantford at this point?
We have, and we are working with businesses to support them as best as we can, but within our legal jurisdiction. And as I mentioned, the legal jurisdiction of the city security guard team, when it comes to their enforcement capabilities, is restricted to city properties only. But that doesn't, they do provide that extra layer of deterrence. So we do keep an eye out for businesses in the community along our patrol routes, and we've received calls for assistance that we have responded to break-in enters in progress, vandalism. We have folks loitering, engaging in prohibited activities on non-city properties, and we have deployed our team to respond to those within our legal capability, only to provide a security presence and to offer wellness checks as required. And then if we do encounter any non-compliance where we would have to resort to enforcement, we then get bylaw or police services involved, so that we do leverage those working relationships that we have with our partners in bylaw, police services, and other private security to be able to ensure that there is enforcement where we don't have that legal capacity.
Okay, and in your presentation, you said rarely that you have to call on services from the Brantford Police Services. When you say rarely, out of that spectrum of how many calls you get, how many calls do you think you're calling Brantford Police?
For total number of incidents, we're looking at approximately 500 per week, and reported by the security guard team, and an average of it could be probably 3 to 5 police calls per week for police assistance. So,
thank you very much, Steve.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yes. Hello, Steve. Pleasure to meet you again. I first met you at the Downtown Neighborhood Association, and we had a conversation, and that conversation was regards to private businesses and how to interact with them at that time. And what I've noticed is that you're very flexible in your vision of what your job is and what you're doing. And so you quickly responded, and I noticed immediately a change in how things were being reported and businesses' willingness to engage with your group calling. So I want to thank you. So far, you've done an excellent job, and you can see the difference. But my question to you, I see here what you believe you need to continue doing this job. And I've listened to your answers on the flexibility of where you may deploy your resources, and I appreciate your thoughts towards that. You're deploying them where you need. My question to you, as this is a pilot project, and you started back earlier in this year. What have you learned and what is different from what you were expecting and to what you're doing today? And like, because I can't believe that you would know everything going in on what we would be encountering. You know, like is the number one of the number one issues the drugs in the downtown core? Is that key? So tell me what's new to you from your perceptions and when you took on this responsibility to what you've learned on the ground and in the field in order to come up with this report for what you're requesting.
Thank you. Great question through the chair. We've learned quite a lot over these first 4 months implementing this program. We've been able to identify hotspots in the community where we're encountering more incidents than other areas of the city. So we've adapted our patrol program to frequent those areas. And we've taken into account stakeholder feedback, whether that's from community members, private businesses, or staff, to incorporate security concerns, whether it's regarding specific types of incidents they're encountering, whether that's garbage or drug paraphernalia found in certain areas or other areas where folks feel unsafe. The teams adapted to that feedback and changed our patrol frequency and deployment accordingly to adapt to those. And we're noticing that collaboration is key to really addressing a lot of the concerns that we're encountering in the community. And that's driven a lot of our efforts to ensure that we're working well together with staff across the corporation and also our community partners and businesses. And we find that that's a necessity for us to be successful because it really does require the security guard services is one piece to the puzzle, and we do need that level of collaboration, not only with police and bylaw, but also with other businesses and stakeholders, service providers in the community. And we found that as we include them in the process more and more, we're able to learn more and leverage our collective efforts to make more of an impact and make that security presence more visible and really optimize and adapt the program accordingly.
Thank you, Steve. I've got just one short thing that I want to state, and that is that Mayor Davis, early in the term, was touring the downtown, and he brought in that collaboration method, went through his talks with, I believe, Mayor Tory. I would love for the mayor to kind of remind what we were doing in that aspect when he brought everyone down. But I believe that what you described and how to interact is similar to the tactics that were brought to us a couple of years ago. And so I'm really happy to hear what words are coming out of your mouth. We're still in the early stages of this and learning as we go. So I know right away people are like, what are you doing? What are you happening? But when I'm looking at these stats, each time that you're responding, our community is being safer and issues being addressed. And I think that is what we were trying to achieve from the get-go. I am really, I shouldn't be surprised, but I still am surprised when I hear the numbers of the volumes of interactions that your security members are encountering and how you handle them. So right now, I just want to say,
Councillor,
no problem.
Laura, can you wrap up? You want to put down for a second?
I'll just wrap right up. I'll put up my hand for a second if I should need it.
All right, Councillor Rattler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Steve. Steve, thank you for your presentation. Steve, is your primary job to look after the security of city properties and buildings?
Through the chair, yes, that's my primary responsibility.
Okay.
So physical
I just want
security
to
for
clarify
city
that. I was
property.
a little confused with one of the slides, but when you see other illegal activities going on in the downtown area that are not on city property, what do you do about those? Do you report them, or what happens?
So through the chair, yes, we do complete an incident report for any incidents on non-city property that are either reported to the security team or are observed by the security team. So what we're not doing is turning a blind eye to prohibited activities
Yeah.
that we're observing on non-city properties. And we're working within our legal authority, which is to provide that security presence, to go over and make sure that folks are aware of that security presence, and that we offer them connection to community supports if that's required. And then if we do see persisting prohibited activities on the properties, we involve the police service or bylaw who do have enforcement capabilities in certain situations. It depends on the situation. But if the team is met with non-compliance and enforcement is required, that's where we would work with our partners to facilitate that enforcement. Otherwise, the team is able to usually gain compliance in most situations. So that's not always required, but those are kind of our protocols when it comes to resolving incidents on non-city properties.
Steve, you mentioned, I know it was around 500 incidents. I can't recall what the exact number was, but on one of the slides.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. Approximately
Okay.
500 incidents per month.
Now, were they all city related incidents, or were they a mixture of city properties and private properties?
Through the chair, they're a mixture of city properties and non-city properties. The portion of city properties would account for approximately 95% of the incidents reported.
Oh, okay. And do you measure like incidents reported, incidents resolved? Like if the behavior, unwanted behavior changes and the numbers go down, I see that as good progress. Do you have a way of measuring that?
Right now, through the chair, right now we are measuring that based on a number of factors, including the volume of incidents we're encountering in any given property or area, the types of incidents we're having a look at, specific areas within properties that seem to be hotspots. If there are changes there, we're able to curb activity in certain areas within properties. We measure that, and also we look at other factors such as reduced amounts of garbage or drug paraphernalia being discovered by either security or a maintenance team, reduced vandalism, and also anecdotal feedback. So we're trying to incorporate a variety of ways to measure the impact of the program, because there are a lot of factors involved in what really drives incident trends, including weather and a lot of other factors. So we're
Bradley,
incorporating.
do you want me to put you down second speaker?
Yes, please, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sluss, I apologize. I think you may have been ahead of the line in terms of your in front of your word mate. So, but you're next.
We get mixed
That's
up.
okay. I'm not going anywhere, Mr. Mayor. I'm here for the duration, so it doesn't matter the order. Steve, are we finding that a majority of the incidents are the same people doing the same things on a different day?
Through the chair, thank you. Great question. Yes, we are. We have, our security team has become familiar with folks they regularly encounter in the community, and we are finding that there are a number of people that the team is familiar with, the police are familiar with, our partners are familiar with, that are involved in a high portion of our incidents, and they're involved, I guess, in considerable demand on the team when it comes to responding to incidents. So yes, the answer there is yes. We have noticed that there are a small number of people that have been repeatedly involved in a number of incidents reported by the security team.
Right. I think it's the 80-20 principle where 80% of your problems are by 20% of the people.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. And we're experiencing, yeah, that's one of the challenges experienced by the team. I would say that's an accurate description. And there are challenges with getting those folks connected to the community supports that would be supportive. So we're continuing to work with our community partners and service providers to kind of have a more systemic, coordinated approach to help address that.
And then, although I support the program, Steve, it's starting to become very expensive. And I just wonder, are we unique to this? Do we talk to counterparts in Cambridge, Kingston, Peterborough, Waterloo, similar cities? Are they doing the same types of things? Are we doing hiring extra security, or how do we stack up? Or are we unique unto ourselves?
Through the chair, we're definitely not unique in this type of security guard services deployment that's been introduced with this pilot project. In fact, many municipalities have similar services and with similar functions, and the patrol aspect focused on across city properties, and 24-hour security guard services and mobile patrol. These are all elements that are best practices across other municipalities when it comes to corporate security. So the city of Brantford has adopted a lot of these best practices with this pilot project when it comes to the security guard services.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor McCurry.
Mayor, thank you. Welcome, Steve. Good to see you. Good work we're doing out there. So if I understand correctly, our guys wouldn't respond to complaints regarding nuisance folks that are, say, on Galileo Boulevard or Wood Street or Cobden Court?
Through the chair, if there were calls to the security team about these incidents, they would respond and they would try to resolve the incident through trying to gain compliance with the folks they encounter. And if they're unsuccessful, they would, if it were related to the nuisance bylaw, for example, they would involve the city's bylaw services if enforcement was required. So
okay, so our guys are currently responding to calls from citywide addresses.
That's correct.
Okay.
If they have the security guard phone number,
Yeah, okay.
The security team is responding.
Now, our intention here is to single source this contract. Could you explain that?
Through the chair, it would go out to a competitive process following the end of the pilot project. And the idea here with ensuring that the corporate security guard team is provided by one contracted security guard service provider is to ensure that there's coordination. And right now that is part of our recommendations for the Marlene Avenue deployment, where we have a different company providing security guard services at that site. So if we were to bring that under the corporate security guard team contract, that would allow for that deployment to have the support of the corporate security guard team, and also be supervised and coordinated by the team. So it provides
January 31, 2022, if we're still in this business, we'd go to the street with a competitive bid then, right?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So now the effective date of the increase in service and cost is going to be May of this year. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
And effective May of this year, what percentage does our cost increase? It's a bit hard to follow, and I'm sure the public's going to have a hard time following. So from May 21 to 22, we're looking for an additional 374 and 225. Is that right? And 73 and 10 and 40. So we're looking for 722 to fund it for May, June, July through January. How does that compare to what our monthly cost is now?
Through the chair, so the cost of the current pilot project, I'm just going to put it in, well, let's see, 370, it's 374,000 for 9 months. That's for the 9-month extension until January 2022. So to extend the level of service that we currently have in place, that's the number we're looking at until January 2022, 374,000.
If that were based on the current service level, what would the cost be?
That is the current service level. So what would be an additional cost on top of that would be the housing dedicated patrol guard, which would be at a cost of 73,500 for the 9-month term, and then also a cost for contingency and the security operations software, which comes up to $50,400. So those are the two extra costs: the 50,400 for software and contingency, and also the housing dedicated patrol guard 16 hours a day, which is 73,500.
Thank you.
No problem.
Councilor McCreary, you want me to put you down a second time?
I'll put my hand up if I do, Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right. I think I don't see anyone else first time around. Not seeing anything. Yeah, so I mean, this was an initiative that the ward councilors of Ward 5 and myself really pushed hard for, because we're hearing from downtown residents that when the downtown beat patrol was in place, that there was less of a problem because there was a consistent police presence. But we knew that with the demands on the police service, it couldn't be maintained consistently, because those who were doing the beat patrol were also part of a special task force. So they would often be called away to perform other duties given the very high nature of their training. And in fact, I did a downtown beat patrol with our downtown beats patrol, and could see how effective it was. So we realized all the demands on our police service. We felt it was incumbent upon us to provide a more consistent security presence in the downtown, and also knowing that we have a lot of property in the downtown, including a very huge parking garage. And even if the downtown police beat patrol was in place all the time, they could not provide the kind of visible security presence needed to control that very large structure. And as events have turned out from what we're seeing in the reports, that facility, which we own and we're required to secure, has been a problem. And this security team has been gaining control of that. What's also interesting is it's not just downtown. In some ways, it's a misnomer, because we do have other locations, other properties throughout the city where the security patrol has been very effective in making people feel much safer. And in fact, I see in our report, we have, this is in reference, remember the problem in Lorne Towers back last summer? And we were highly criticized because we didn't have security in place. Residents now report that they reach out to, I'm reading from the report, they reach out on a regular basis to the team to advise of concerns around the complex. It's deterred people from hanging around unwanted visitors. Seniors state they feel safer knowing security is on site, often and only a phone call away. Response time is quick, and they're noticing a visible presence, a visible improvement. The public library reports that there's been a very much noticeable increase in safety around their building. And the Scotiabank downtown. Staff feels safer with the securities team monitoring the downtown core. Each time we've called for assistance, we've been able to get quick responses. Overall, the downtown core seem to be getting worse as time goes on. but especially with little in the way of student traffic. However, we now feel the city security team makes us feel safe, and we feel it'll be a massive loss for safety downtown if it's not continued. And I'd say this, that is part of what they do is just the visible security presence. And again, it's there's about 35 properties throughout the city that are providing the security presence. Myself, I'm at the office, City Hall, usually 2 to 3 times a week for essential tasks. And I always make sure I come through the downtown, coming in and going out. And to my own eye, I've noticed that the security situation in the downtown does seem to be visibly better. And certainly those who work and live downtown, I believe, are reporting the same thing. So I think both the anecdotal evidence and the statistical evidence shows this is having a good impact. Will this continue? And having it in place for another 10 months will allow us to properly measure the impact. And going into 2022, obviously, police services have a plan for a more dedicated special constable presence downtown. And we'll have to see how it evolves. And don't forget, Laurier Security is also involved in this. And they also report that the students that have been here also notice there's a noticeable improvement that they perceive when they're living here. So I think it's expensive, but it's having an impact. And I think it's having the impact that we hoped it would. It's not perfect, hasn't made it perfect, but I think it's created a much improved security feeling and safety in the downtown and other properties. So going around to second speakers, Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Steve. Steve, in your presentation, you mentioned garbage and waste on your patrols. Why did you say that?
Through the chair, garbage and waste that the team is documenting along their patrols is often related to encampments or drug activity, which can present safety hazards to members of the public and staff. So those are one of the indicators that we do pay attention to when it comes to identifying key areas of concern when it comes to prohibited activities and areas requiring more of a security presence. And so anytime that we do observe that along our patrols, an incident report is created, and so that we can track and be able to prevent these safety hazards from impacting anyone, whether it's a member of the public or city staff.
Thank you, Steve. I just wanted to clarify whether you meant the downtown or the city in general, or specific encampment spots like you've described. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Vanderstel, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Lise, if you're available, hopefully. There you are. Lise, do we have a record of how much vandalism was happening prior to these pilot projects? Do we know how much time we were dedicating and how much material we were dedicating into doing all the repairs? Do we know, have we kept a record of staff potential overtime when people were dealing with this all on their own on all of our city properties? I assume, I could only assume that it would come with a price tag as far as staff time and attention goes. If we did have a record of that prior to the pilot projects, and we've seen a decrease in vandalism, theft, whatever else costs us money prior. Do we have a way of measuring that, Lise, so that we know how much we're saving because of our security presence on our multiple sites?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Vanderstel. Unfortunately, we did not have any records or data being tracked prior to starting the pilot project with respect to vandalism or even staff overtime spent responding to false alarm calls. However, I can tell you that our staff are sure appreciative of the amount of the less calls they're having to respond to, and we are definitely seeing a drop in the overtime use for that. And there are other departments that are starting to use the services as well. for overtime callouts, and we have seen a reduction in having to respond to that those maintenance calls or those vandalism calls as well. But unfortunately, we didn't have that data recorded prior to this. But we have seen incidents at other city facilities that are not being patrolled, and seen some damages and repair costs that have come in there that are pretty indicative of the types of incidences that are likely have been avoided through this program.
Okay, thanks, Lise. And going forward, do we have any way of kind of keeping an eye on that and see whether or not, like, I guess what I'm going with this is, if for whatever reason we decide to go in the opposite direction, away from this stratification approach to community policing, and we withdraw our services, will we be better poised then to keep a closer and a better eye on the associated costs with having removed those services?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we would probably try to continue to track some of that data that we can. Of course, we wouldn't be able to track how many incidences that we're not responding to, but we would definitely be able to track the incidences that are occurring that are more visible, like the vandalism and the damages and the encampments that are set up on some of our city-owned properties, that type of thing as well.
Okay, thanks, Lise. I hope we can do that. Thank you very much.
Councilor Griffin.
Thank you. Steve, you mentioned earlier that you are also dealing with problems all over the city. I think Councilor McCray mentioned Covenant Court, for example, which is in Ward 4. So you said you would respond to any concerns anywhere in the city, provided they called you. What's the phone number that they need to call you at?
Through the chair, to confirm, the city security guard team is responsible for city properties. So those are the calls that we'll respond to. When it comes to non-city owned properties, we do observe and report and deter incidents that are of city property. We would attempt to resolve those, but in terms of accepting calls for service to non-city properties, the security team would not respond to those calls. We have received calls. I have received calls from businesses in the community about specific security concerns, which we can certainly bring to the attention of the security guard team. However, they wouldn't be responding to calls for service to non-city properties directly.
But the city has properties all over the city parks. For example, Covenant Court, I use it as an example. CJ's
Right.
Park is there. So how would you be responding to something that far out from the city core?
Through the chair, right now, if it is a city property, the team would be able to respond. However, right now, not all city properties are being proactively patrolled by the team. So if the team were to receive a call at a city property that isn't currently being patrolled, we do respond to that call for service.
Would you be able to provide members of council what properties are being guarded by the security team?
Through the chair, right now we have approximately 30 city properties that are patrolled by the team.
You would be able to provide those to members of council?
They are included in the report. They're all listed there. I can go through the list, but
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. I'll take it out of the report. So thanks, Steve, for your time. And just to the clerk, I'd like a separation of items C and E. Thank you.
Councilor Curry.
Mayor, thank you. Steve, thank you for that clarification that Councillor Carpenter sought. Mr. Mayor, through you to Joelle. Joelle, we're going to diminish the capital funding envelope by $500,000. Can you tell us what won't get built as a result of that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is currently a balance in that reserve that is sufficient to be able to accommodate this project at this time.
That's a balance that the taxpayers contributed with their 1% levy for the last number of years, except for this one?
Through Mr. Chair, we actually track the capital levy separate because we do have some parameters around the use of that, and that it only be used to fund improvements to existing infrastructure. So the capital funding envelope is a general envelope that's funded through operating budget contributions annually.
Okay, thank you. And can you remind me how much money we saved by reducing yard waste collection from weekly to bi-weekly?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I actually don't have that number off the top of my head tonight.
Would you think it's less than $100,000? That's my recollection.
I can't say. I don't recall.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I've got some real issues with this, and like Councillor Carpenter, I'm going to be looking to have the clauses separated to vote on. I can appreciate that, you know, we're solving a need for the Ward 5 councillors. God bless them. They deserve all the help they can get, and the downtown community. But, you know, the community is bigger than downtown. And, you know, I look at our constituents that are sad because they've had a diminishment of their yard waste collection. And it looks to me like the money that we save from that, we're spending not on this program, but on increasing this program. And I'm okay to continue with it the way it is, but I don't have that option to vote for that tonight. All I've got is the option to vote to spend more money. You know, it's kind of like the Vietnam War. We're looking at mission creep here, and you know, it starts out in Vietnam and ends up in Cambodia. And I'm having a difficult time really supporting this. And you know, I've listened to staff and council for years talking about the infrastructure deficit, and we thought that people didn't pay enough money for a number of years, so we whacked them with another 1.5 points for a number of years in a row because we'd fallen so far behind. And you know, here we are, we're spending capital money on an operational item, and I just have a lot of issues with this, Mayor, and I don't think I'm going to be able to support the increase. If somebody wants to suggest how we can proceed with the status quo, I'd be happy to support that, but I would like to see us vote separately on each of the clauses. Thank you.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
It wasn't that long ago, we were having a discussion about CCTVs, and that the truth was we needed bodies, and we needed bodies around the clock. That was the discussion. In fact, I was pushing for the CCTVs, and then it was mentioned by another councillor that we needed to go for bodies. And then we investigated police, special constables as the role to take over that and get some patrols into downtown. And that obviously is delayed by timing, training, and we have a lot that we can learn in the meantime with this pilot project. I believe we have to go by what is being learned and what is being successful in the downtown. And so I take the recommendations seriously for what they're adding and for what they're saying that we need in order to accomplish the goal at hand. It is incredibly important that we successfully tackle this now as hard as we can. We don't have all the resources that we need. Yeah, there's a price tag to this. There's also a price tag to not doing this. Just as if we'd killed the program entirely, I think we would see a major rollback and follow. It had gotten bad, very bad downtown, and very bad in our public buildings, and it was spreading. And that will continue to spread unless we get control of it. And this is the way. And it hasn't been an easy ride from the beginning. People's expectations were significantly higher. But as we've moved forward and learned, we've learned more of what we need to do and how to do. Thus, even when you look at the recommendations of the reasons why they want to put security teams all under one roof and umbrella versus having the difference, it's about the coordination, collaboration, cooperation in order to take on what is happening. And I believe that this is the only way forward at this time in order to maintain stability in the downtown. It won't be long before there's certain individuals occupying a different area a little closer to the hotspots. And we will be very appreciative personally for those moves. But there is a whole community that is downtown that needs to feel safe. And they need to feel that safety around the clock and as much as possible we can provide it. And we need to provide that safety until everything has calmed down, and that, you know, the day that we can say it was like it used to be, where we didn't need security downtown, where we just had, you know, crews of beat officers every now and again, and the costs were less and there were no issues. I'd love to get back to that point. But to know how far away we are from that point, we are very, very far away from that point, and stuff that can happen in the downtime of these security guards that are on, that we have right now, is quite significant. You won't believe what can happen in a very short period of time, and then you will believe how long it takes to deal with it if we're not on top of it right away. And so it's a pill to swallow. It is the pill I believe that we need to swallow in order to maintain safety, security, and stability for all in the downtown. And we can do that by protecting our public buildings and providing that eye for all of our community. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor Weaver, I think I missed you there. You haven't spoken yet, so you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't see this at all as just something that's going to be beneficial to the downtown core. If they're going to be going to all sites, all city sites, I think there's probably at least one in every ward to protect the city's investments. And I am concerned about the increase. So I'm fully prepared to support what's already in place. My opinion would be that we're a month and a half removed from estimates. We should have discussed that at estimates at that point. I appreciate the report probably wasn't ready at that point in time, but for that reason, I would like to see us keep the existing and move anything forward as far as an increase to the unmet needs. And I think that makes sense for us to look at holistically with all the other requirements that we have as a city. I'm certain that this would be a pretty high level for everybody to support, but I would like to know from staff, what's the best and cleanest way to keep it consistent the way it is now, and ask for the increase to come to estimates as an unmet need.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Weaver, just to clarify, are you looking for a recommendation that would be different than those that are presented today? So therefore, we would just proceed with the current level of services that the pilot project's been under, versus adding on the additional guard that would spread throughout, allow us to patrol all the cities across the city?
So so I didn't get that at all. Sorry, Lise.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'm just trying to clarify your question, actually. Are you looking to just extend the current level of services provided by the pilot project? Currently, we're recommending that it be extended to end of January 2022, but also adding on the additional guard for the 16 hours that would add an additional patrol across all city properties, as well as bringing the Marlene Ave guard under the same supervision. Are you only looking to extend the pilot project as is today?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking would be appropriate, and because I do think it would be more appropriate to have this come forward as an unmet need during the estimates process. So I'm just curious, what would be the best way to move that forward?
As far as changing, like making a new recommendation?
That's what I'm seeking, some information on how to keep it the same. I'd still like to support the program because I think it's a very value-added program. and I do want to support my colleagues in the downtown core. But I would just like to separate the possibility of adding hours at this point. And not only because I think it's an unmet need, but also I think that gives us more time. 'Cause I would love to see some data on how many police calls we've prevented, if we can get any data from the police department on times that we've saved them from doing some of the more simple tasks in the downtown core that they may be called to. So, I mean, I would like to see that, a fulsome report about what the cost savings are, not just for our municipality, but also for the police service board. I think then that paints the picture of why this is needed. But again, I think it's premature.
Through the chair, I might look to clerks to assist in providing a recommendation for this. I think what we're looking to do is, or what Councillor Weaver's suggesting is to extend the existing pilot patrol team with the 1 vehicle, 1 guard, and 1 supervisor for until the end of January 2022 for approximately $374,000 budget. I'm not sure if we have a clerk that can provide assistance with that recommendation.
So through the chair, I can certainly look to do that. My concern would be, I just want to connect with seeing how B, C, and D, and E all flow together. So it looks like you're actually looking to remove the current B, C, D, and E and replace with an amended version. A would be able to receive the report, and F is to send it to police. So you are looking to amend it by removing clause B, C, D, and E and replacing with a new clause with what Lise just spoke about, which I'll lean to her as far as the figures and subject matter.
So I would need an amendment then to remove those 3 and then add another clause?
Correct. So you would remove B, C, D, and E and replace with the wording Lise just provided.
Okay. I'm hoping that you can help me wordsmith that, and I'll hold and let any other speakers that the mayor wishes to have speak to this.
Yeah, because it's a bit complicated when you look at the recommendations, how to do it, because B says, including the expansion of the 2nd Patrol Guard deployment to enable better security coverage. So I guess that's really the issue. If you take out that sentence, how does it change the numbers, right? So, but anyways, we do have a couple of first-time speakers that haven't spoken yet, and I think it's fair we hear from them before we take an amendment. So we have Councillor Wall and then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. When's this program end? If we didn't do anything today, when would it end?
Through the chair, it would end on May 11th.
So we have to make a decision here tonight. This is time sensitive.
Through the mayor, yes, Councillor Wall, this is why it's here and it's timed out this way. This was a pilot project, and a report was brought forth back in January timeframe. And now we're here again, coming back, and this is why it's time sensitive, yes.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to comment on this then. So first, I want to thank Steve and his team for being so willing to just meet with anybody and everybody who is a stakeholder in this, and just to, very professional, explaining the program, and to staff from City Hall who did that, the neighborhood meetings, the BIA, etc. I hate this. I hate that we need this. I wish we didn't. But we do. And that's it, period. We need to provide security for the buildings that we have, for the people who use those buildings, for the staff who work in those buildings, because this is a complementary resource that we provide to police and to bylaw and to citizens on patrol and to the neighborhood watch programs. This is a link in the chain. And in our current situation, this isn't, in my opinion, optional. Unless someone can propose a better solution, we need this. And not only am I saying that, but people I represent are asking me to say that on their behalf. And I know it costs money. But something I've heard repeatedly since I was elected is that there's only one taxpayer. And whether it's a municipal tax or a federal tax or a provincial tax, someone is going to be paying somebody to deal with the societal issues that we are facing as a community. And I just can't in good conscience vote against something that I strongly believe we need and people I represent strongly believe we need. So I'm more than willing to hear what Councillor Weaver may be suggesting. I don't think that that's a bad idea, but I am 100% more than willing to support this the way that it is right now, because we don't want this. We need this. It is essential to me. And then I guess the last comment, maybe not the last, but for now, I don't think we have enough data. We rolled out this program in the midst of a worldwide pandemic. The world is not the same as it was. And I think to be able to determine whether or not something is a valid strategy, you need to give it time to play out. And the world is anything but normal right now. And I don't know if I've said this, so I'm going to say it again. I wish we didn't need this. I wish more than anything in the world that we didn't need this. But we do. Our police officers who are out there dealing with just, God bless them, I can't imagine the kind of things that they have to deal with. But they shouldn't have to deal with the things the security are dealing with. That's why we have the security, so that we can free up time for our trained police officers to do police business. And I'd hate to see a police officer get pulled off something more important or not sent to something more important for something that a security guard could have dealt with. Because if something, this is really hard because this is taxpayer money we're talking about. And I know that this is not something that any municipality should have to pay for. But in our case, it is something that we, in my opinion, and many people that I represent, need to pay for. And so I hope I can count on this council for support. If you can't support it, that's your decision to make. Please give this the time to play out. Thank you.
So still have some first-time speakers. The next would be Councillor Martin and then Councillor Ntoski.
Thank you. Through to staff, the justification for the expansion on this is to expand it to other city properties. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. The extra guard that's being recommended is to extend to other city properties, as well as then be able to dedicate a guard to housing during those hours.
Okay. And how many calls have you had for other city locations that aren't currently covered?
Through the chair, we've had less than 5% calls for other city properties. However, we have encountered several incidents of vandalism on those properties that could have been deterred with a security presence. And as the team would be expanded to cover additional city properties, they would receive more calls for service from staff and community members from those city properties. And again, it's really we're finding that the current deployment is spending a lot of their time and resources managing housing related incidents. It's taking up a significant demand for the team. So this recommendation is really to allow us to maintain the level of security presence that we would like in the downtown surrounding areas across these properties, as well as the demand that housing facilities requires, and then also to expand to properties that are not currently being patrolled.
Okay, given that the properties you want to add are spread out all over the city, how much coverage will you get by one individual trying to cover all those widely distributed properties? It seems to me like they're going to be spending all their time driving around instead of actually providing any services at the properties.
Through the chair, it would be driven by incidents reported as well as incident trends across properties. And what this would allow is for the housing security patrol to meet the needs for our housing facilities, as well as to maintain that security presence downtown and across city properties.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank Councillor Weaver for asking the question that he did. I think what we need is a amendment to this that will keep with the current level. I'll certainly support that. In fact, I'd be happy to second that amendment if it comes forward. Because this is not the time to be increasing this, because this rightly should go to estimates. We've got into problems before when we've started increasing the budget willy-nilly throughout the year, and then come estimates time, all of a sudden we've got a 5% increase that we can't touch because of stuff we've already put in. So I think but Councillor Wall seems to think that somebody's going to vote against the current level we've got, but I don't think anybody is in that of mind. I think we're agreeable to maintain what we have now, but there's an unwillingness to excuse me, to expand on this program. Thank you.
One last first-time speaker, Councillor Todd.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Martin asked one of my questions, but I'm going to follow up on it. And Steve, I appreciate that you're really trying to focus on the housing needs and downtown. But has there been any analysis done for the 5% outside of that area that get the calls on? So I can appreciate that having presence there would be a deterrent, but what are the types of calls you're getting there? Has there been an analysis in terms of what the cost of whatever activity is happening there is? Is it going to, would it outweigh having this other person to prevent it in the first place?
Through the chair, the types of security incidents we're encountering at a lot of these properties not currently patrolled include vandalism of, for example, $100,000 HVAC units, which incur significant costs for repairs in the tens of thousands of dollars. That's what we've noticed where we don't have this type of security presence is usually incidents of vandalism and property damage, which does incur significant costs to the city.
And so it sounds like you've looked at that a bit, but has there been an analysis done on the 5% out in terms of what the costs have been to the city in terms of repairs and things? Do we have that yet?
Through the chair, we don't have a definitive cost that's been derived from those sites that are not currently patrolled. But it's estimated in the tens of thousands of dollars based on costs for repairs of these vandalized units and properties.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Maybe that's something that we can do a further analysis on. I agree that any expansion of this needs to go to estimates. I do agree that this is a needed program. We're certainly seeing some benefits from it. But I think we want to make sure that if we expand, that the expansion is outweighs not doing anything. So thank you.
That's it for first-time speakers. Sorry, Councillor Hartley, you've spoken twice already, so if there's an amendment. Do we have an amendment? We had the discussion. Is anybody from staff? I think I highlighted what the issue is. So it's Councillor Weaver's concern, I think, begins with B. It gives a total dollar amount as a total cost and doesn't say that it includes an expansion. So I think the issue is how do we word it or how do we amend it if we so desire?
I get my second speaking opportunity first. I just want to ask a question of staff. Well, I don't want to interfere with his amendment.
Generally, the rule I follow as chair is everybody gets at least one speaking opportunity before we get any amendments. And if we don't really have an amendment, then you get your second speaking opportunity. But we've got a very long agenda. We have some items that absolutely have to be done. And we're already getting close to, what is it?
2.5 in.
Yeah. So, sorry, Councillor Wall, I've just got to move things along, although I don't want to abrogate any discussion. But so staff, you've heard the discussion the last 20 minutes. You got an amendment for us that rather than us cobble it together here, because you told us it's time sensitive. So,
Mayor, may I interject a point of order?
yep, go ahead, Councillor Curry.
May I suggest that to do this cleanly, we amend it tonight to allow for a 60-day extension to the current contract, current terms, current funding source, and then require staff to bring back a report to us next month, which does exactly what Councillor Weaver has suggested, which would allow for us to have a clean resolution to proceed with status quo for the next period of time, and perhaps to even look at other sources of funding.
Yeah, I'm going to rule that out of order because it is just a radical change to what's before us. So I think if you want to do that, you got to defeat this and put the other one on the floor. Or alternatively, there's an amendment. So I asked staff, do you have an amendment to B, C, and D that would satisfy those concerns? Either you do or you don't. If you don't, we'll proceed.
Through the chair, so I can display it as far as content, then Lise could come on and explain. There's just a couple X's. I'm typing as fast as we can back and forth. I'll just make sure that I'll get some of the figures put in here just in a moment.
So the amended clause before you is that item 12.3.20 clause B, C, D, and E. That's gone.
We lost it. I think that's what we're looking for.
There it is. Be struck and replaced with the following as clause B and C, that staff be directed to continue to fund and operate the pilot project for the expansion of physical guard services until January 31st, 2022, as outlined in this report, as for a total cost of $374,000. That council approve a non-competitive contract extension with Active Enterprises until January 31st, 2022 for an upset limit of $324,000, and that the pilot project for the continuation of physical security services be funded with $374,000 from the capital funding reserve envelope, RF 0556, and that the extension of the program beyond January 31st, 2022 be included in the 2022 operating budget as an unmet need.
So what that does is it basically maintains the current program to the end of the year. Is that what that does?
That's correct. And I believe we need to add in language about just extending this program as the non-competitive. It is an extension of the existing physical security guard services that we have, but the pilot project is an expansion of that current contract. So we would also need to add in an amendment for to approve the non-competitive contracts because of the dollar value.
Yeah,
sure
like,
Tanya can make that amendment. Oh, sorry,
yeah,
never mind.
what you got there, fine, because I noticed in your original you had including at Marlene Ave. So I want to make sure we're getting this right.
Yeah, it's already there. Sorry.
Yep. Okay. All right. So do we have?
It's going to be seconded by Councillor Martin, Mr. Mayor.
All right. So you're moving it, Councillor Weaver?
Yes.
And it's seconded by Councillor Martin. All right. So that does a, so I've got to get the participants box up here. I lost it. Okay. So we have a clean slate. Who wants to speak to the amendment that's on the floor, the replacing with an intent of just continuing? So to the amendment, Councillor Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I fully support the amendment. I wasn't ready to add anything on to the current service at this time. I really do want to see data, numbers, and I would hope that if this goes through, it gives an opportunity for the city to survey the public and the stakeholders to get their feedback on what is working well and what isn't. And then from that, that'll help us when this comes to estimates in January. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Utley. Next to the amendment, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. First, a question through to staff. In clause B, it talks about expansion of physical security. Should that not be extension? We're extending the current program, we're not expanding it.
It was an original expansion of the existing physical guard services. So this is an extension.
So am I correct then that that word expansion should be changed to extension?
Yeah, I believe so. We should be
Okay, thank you.
changing the language to say the pilot project for the extension of physical guard services. And just to clarify as well for item C, that there's a typo, that should be the same amount at 374, not 324,000.
Okay, so we have a friendly amendment, Councillor Weaver Martin, on that one.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and part of the justification for this was to stop vandalism. If they're going to go out to housing facilities on an all-call basis, the vandalism is going to be completed and the perpetrator's gone by the time security gets there. So I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that the point of this is to stop vandalism. It's to deal with it after the fact. So it's not going to save us the cost of repairs for the vandalism. So that's something that we need to take a serious look at when this comes to estimates as to whether we want to expand this program or not. But I'm very happy with the amendment. I think it allows this program to continue in the downtown where it has been doing some good. And it heads off a mid-year increase to the budget and puts it back to estimates where it belongs. Thank you.
Next to the amendment, Councillor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I'm hoping that this passes, and then when we get to the end of, or the beginning of 2022, when we're talking about this again, I think at that point, 2 years, we're going to have enough data. We can either make a decision if we're going to keep it or not, so it would no longer be a pilot after that. I suspect we would end up keeping it, unfortunately. But again, as Councillor Wall has stated, it is something I feel we do desperately need specifically in the downtown core. Now, my concern that we're looking at funding this from one envelope, and we're bringing in housing, social housing. I'm almost wondering if staff could not take a look at whether or not we should separate these, because I believe that we'd have a lot more opportunities to get grants through the social service committee to pay for these security guards for our social housing portion of this. So I'm hoping that someone from staff can follow up with that and see if that's something that we'd be able to do. And then that's the case, this would then have to come to social services to deal with as far as security for the housing. I see Brian's there.
Yes, I can confirm that, Councillor. This was the discussion behind the scenes is that, and also finding savings through housing. And if you also remember that the housing costs are shared with this county of Brant. So at this point in time, these costs right now they run through capital are not shared with the county of Brant. If they're put into operating to housing, they can be shared with the county of Brant in that cost sharing, current operating cost sharing agreement.
All right, so it sounds like that'll be something that will come forward at social services, so we can have that discussion at that location. So thank you.
Next, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Well, I have a feeling that this amendment's going to pass, and so be it. I won't be voting for it. Not that I'm absolutely wholeheartedly against it. It's that I don't believe it's the best thing for our ward, for the downtown, for the buildings. We have a significant amount of public buildings within the ward. So that, that travel time that we're talking about is actually also between buildings in our ward. So, sometimes you got to settle for half a loaf. And it's good that I'm going to see the pilot program continue, and we will be able to analyze this more. But I can just tell by the will of council from what I'm hearing. it's very important to be in charge of the dollars and cents and to bring this through estimates. What I'm saying is that I'm in agreement with what so far has been found by our experts in security in trying to contain what has been happening. And so I want them to know that in this report and what they've learned, that they have my full support. And they've done an amazing job and quite a learning curve for downtown. It is making a difference. And it takes time for everybody to see and recognize that difference. So again, it's no offense to anybody that I'm not supporting this, what will essentially be a continuation. I am. I wanted the full loaf, something that I think could be far more effective for us in the short term, but it is what it is. And we're not losing the program and it will continue. So with that, I am very respectful and happy.
Well said, Councillor Vandenberg. Councillor McCreary, the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to come back to the funding source, which is reiterated in the amendment. I wonder if staff could advise whether or not other funding sources were considered for this.
Mr. Chair, I can advise that when the report was being originally written, it did include closing of other capital projects that are either complete and have funding left or are no longer required. And one of them did include a housing project as well, I should note. However, it would have complicated the report because we would have had to explain why we were closing these reports, and it would have taken away from the facts included in the report regarding security. So Finance does plan to bring back a report in approximately June to close those accounts that will be put back into the capital reserves.
Have we depleted the 2 contingency accounts?
I'll have to defer to Finance to respond to that question.
Through you, Mr. Chair. There's approximately $500,000 in the contingency reserve. All of our other discretionary reserves were pretty much put on hold because they are funded largely from casino revenues, for which we haven't received any as of late. So this general capital funding envelope is typically where we go for certain one-time items that maybe aren't infrastructure related, but definitely for studies and other types of pilot projects. It is typically somewhere where we would go for the funding.
So you're saying there's adequate money in the contingency reserve to fund this project?
Through Mr. Chair, there is enough funding in the contingency reserve, given that we are in a bit of a global pandemic and a lot of uncertainty. It would certainly be the Finance recommendation that the contingency reserve, given that it does have such a low balance, that it would be maintained to offset more unforeseen types of items that we may see, which is what that reserve would be used for. It does also require 2/3 vote of council.
Yeah, so the capital reserve though, money flows to the capital reserve how, Joelle?
Through you, Mr. Chair, from the operating budget.
Okay, so the taxpayer funds the capital reserve, which is supposed to be used for capital expenditure, right?
Through you, certainly capital expenditure. Our capital doesn't necessarily equate to infrastructure, but relates to other capital type large items on a one-time basis.
Thank you. So Mayor, I'm going to move an amendment to the amendment that the funding come from the contingency reserve in the full amount for the extension, and hopefully I can find a seconder for that. I see I have Councillor Carpenter. Thank you.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Staff, can you get that amendment up? I think it's D.
Through the chair, just one moment, bear with me. I'm typing and I'll get it up on your screen here, just a sec.
No, what I was asking, Tanya, is the amendment that's on the floor right now.
My
Counselor,
apologies.
yeah, just so we can,
Certainly. So the original amendment that is on the floor, not the amendment to the amendment that was just
right,
made.
just so we make sure we're doing the right
Certainly.
clause.
Should be up on your screen here in just a moment. There you are.
Yeah, there it is. So is your amendment then, Councilor McCurry, that we amend D? Is that what it is?
That is correct. The words capital funding envelope reserve and the number would be deleted, and contingency reserve would be added in its place with its number.
Right. Do we have a seconder for that?
Yeah, Councilor Carpenter.
It was Councilor Carpenter, right? Okay. So any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Councilor Antosky, do you have your hand raised on this one?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to support this. I'm going to stick with Finance's recommendation on this. It's not unusual for pilot projects or one time. I mean, the Green Municipal Fund does it. There's lots of organizations that use capital funds for these types of projects. So I'm not going to be supporting this.
Right. Anyone else for that amendment to the amendment? Councilor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Joel Daniels. You may have heard, Joel, earlier in the discussion that we were thinking about removing this from the status of pilot project and continuing it on in the future as a continuous service that we're providing. Does it matter much to you and your staff whether or not the base funding for this pilot project jumps around from account to account?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not really sure I understand the question, but if we're speaking to if tonight it is approved as an extension, which is a one-time item, which is funded through capital, and then perhaps in 2022, the estimates committee considers this as part of an addition to an operating budget, that does not impact me, no.
Okay, so this temporary change in funding doesn't affect our decision during estimates to turn it into a full-time project.
That's correct. It does
Okay,
not.
thank you. Thank you. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Sluss to the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Joel. Joel, does it really matter where the funding source is? Like if we deplete the contingency and something goes sideways on us, we're going to take the money from somewhere to replenish the contingency to address whatever emergency we're dealing with, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is largely correct. We do hold a number of discretionary reserves, and although they're established for certain purposes by council, council has the authority to use them for purposes other than what they were established for.
Right. So if someone's looking for assurance, if we go ahead with the contingency and we use it, and something does happen, it's not like we're out of business. We're fine. We will fund it in another way, but we'll still be able to fund it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I suspect so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else to the amendment? Not seeing anybody else? Madam Clerk, let's call the vote on amending D as the amended version of D.
Councillor Vanderstel and Councillor Utley is missing at the moment. So Councillor Vanderstel, just waiting on your response.
Yeah, so am I. No to the amendment. I'll reboot my iPad. Thank you.
So no to the amendment to the amendment.
No to the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
I'll record that. Thank you. The The amendment to the amendment has lost on a recorded vote of 6-4. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Wall. Those opposed, Mayor Davis, Councillor Vanderstel, Councillor Antosky, Councillor Van Tilburg.
All right, so anybody else want to speak to the amendment?
It
Did I
It
hear-
lost on a 6-4? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's my point of order. Thank you.
It's reversed.
Sorry,
Yes.
Councillor.
Through the mayor, it actually requires a 2/3 majority vote, and that you did not achieve that. So that's why it lost. My apologies for not stating that in the result.
Right, I understand that. So now we're back to the amendment. And we've had 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyone else want to speak to the amendment? Which is basically extending the current contract and not adding. Councillor McCurry for a second time to that amendment.
I'd just like a separate vote on the funding source, please.
All right, that's fine. Yeah, I'm going to speak to the amendment. I'm not going to support it because in some ways that the benefit to the expansion is other wards will benefit from it. You know, there's a problem, and because we heard that this would allow that extra patroller to not incorporate into the regular patrol a lot of these other properties in the city, but to respond to complaints that come in about some incident occurring at a city property. And so this is really going to confine it to basically the downtown and the properties on the edge of the downtown and some of the housing facilities. And we do have housing facilities in other parts of the city that certainly having a regular security presence would be beneficial. So I'm not going to vote for it. I'll vote against the amendment. And Madam Clerk, let's call the vote on this amendment.
Through to you, Mayor Davis. They did call for a separate vote for the clause D with the funding
Yep.
source. Would you like me to do clause D first or all remaining clauses?
Yeah, let's do clause D first.
Certainly.
Yeah, Tanya, you should record mine as a yes. I hit the wrong button.
Oh, certainly. I can adjust that. The result would still be the same, that the amendment or the clause D would have failed on a recorded vote of 5-6 then. Those voting in favor, Mayor
Sorry,
Davis.
Tanya,
Yes.
I did the same thing because I had to reverse the.
Mayor Davis, it may be clearer just to redo the vote if you're agreeable to that.
Yeah, I think we should review the vote. So.
Thank you. I'll clear that and we'll launch the vote again. Clause D to the amendment has carried on a recorded vote of 7-4. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Utley, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Vanderstel, McCurry, Carpenter, Van Tilburg.
Right. The balance of those items on the amendment, please. Take the vote.
The amendment has carried on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter, Councillor Van Tilburg. So
it's been amended. Does anybody wish to speak to this resolution that's as amended? Councillor Carpenter.
Yes, I didn't speak to the amendments, only I want to speak to the motion. However, it turns out we have this problem because we got a provincial government that has a catch and release program, and there's no real punishment for criminals anymore. You can create all kinds of crime, you get charged and you're released right away, and there doesn't seem to be a penalty. And it's not just happening in the downtown core. I'm sure every councillor here is getting calls from residents all over the city for the kind of crime that's happening, petty crime that's happening throughout the neighborhoods, throughout this community. So I know, well, this is a good program for the downtown core. And there's a shortage of policing to deal with the number of crimes that are happening out throughout the community, especially the petty crime. And it's happening all over the place in all wards, as I said, and we need to address this. And since the province doesn't seem to want to address it by locking up criminals, and a previous government eliminated what was the most effective jail we ever had, York Farms, when we were able to actually lock criminals up and teach them a work ethic at the same time in an area that was very profitable. Business is very profitable. Now the province doesn't want to seem to lock them up, because then that cost goes to the provincial government, because they have to put them in their jails that they're funding. So I really have a problem with what's happening with crime throughout the province, and that we're able to meet. Look at them. We've got 41 item bylaws on the agenda tonight, 43. We're doing a ton of work. Why can't the courts meet and have proceedings via Zoom or telemedia, or however they want to do it, but it's doable. And let's make people accountable for their actions. That's what's not happening. And so we are, and I think I applaud the mayor for bringing it forward for the downtown core and trying to find a solution to try and keep our community safe and our assets safe, because anything that's worth $1 is getting stolen and taken places and sold. And we're trying to protect the people, our citizens, and our assets. And I think that's the right thing to do, because nobody else is doing it. I think there's a problem with our capital assets, or same time our roads are falling apart, we're not getting things done. So I just have a lot of concerns with this whole process that's put us here. And my final comment, if I may, is that I really loathe the idea that a resolution comes before us that we're trying to wordsmith tonight at the last minute, at the last hour, when this expires on the 11th of May. We've got 12 days to deal with this. And quite frankly, I put that on staff's shoulders. They should have come to us long before this, not at the last minute, at the last hour, for us to have to make these kinds of decisions. We should have had more time to deal with this. And I'm very frustrated that we have to do this in this way. Thank you.
Councillor Martin and Councillor Vanderstelt. And please remember that we're on our course for midnight at this rate. So.
Well, which is part of the problem. This should have been dealt with at committee of the whole. Unfortunately, we ran out of time at committee of the whole. Otherwise, we'd have had this argument ahead of time, and the staff would have had 2 weeks to put together appropriate amendments for us. It's a bit rich to say that this government is responsible for the catch and release system. We've had a catch and release justice system for over a generation, in my estimation. I think what Councillor Carpenter meant was the closing of Birch as a correctional facility. That was one that was very effective, and it was cost effective because they grew their own food, as well as learning skills and becoming better members with the potential of coming back to society. So it's unfortunate that we need a program like this, but a lot of it is because of the catch and release criminal justice system that's been in place for far too long. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Vanderstelt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see this as a failure of staff at all. This is a wonderful opportunity for our clerks to show how quick they are and light fingered they are on the keyboard to make things happen quickly. I appreciate that very much, and their hard work and efforts. One of the things I think we need to reinforce, even though this additional layer of stratification of policing is kind of that opportunity is lost for now. I think it's important for the public to remember, including all 18 watching right now, that there are things that we can do with eyes on all over the city that can help stem the tide of this kind of behavior. Don't be afraid to call in. The more you call, the more we realize there's a serious problem. And we look forward to looking at that data among other data that's coming in as a study for the next pilot project. I think it's not going to reduce. I think it's going to increase, if anything. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
I'm looking forward to this passing now as amended, to see this program continue and the benefits of it for the community. I do know what can happen in a very short time and how hard it is to start from behind the 8 ball when something's gotten away from you. And you know, with this kind of well, I would concur with Councillor Carpenter regarding the catch and release, and not to point fingers. It is what it is. It has been going on for a significant amount of time, and that has accumulated, and now we are seeing the effects of that. And again, true, not just in the downtown and across the city, which is probably why it was in the report to try to expand it. But we'll get there. We'll get there, and let's hope we don't slide too far in the meantime. The thing I want to mention is it was just, I believe, because things happen very fast, but I think it was just literally this morning, an entity had sent an email in regarding their assistance from the security guards in dealing with something, an incident at their private property. And then they received some assistance, and it was helpful and alleviated. And that's the kind of benefit that's going on. And I had a phone call with the business. And again, I mean, it's a natural for me to say, you need to contact your member of provincial government. We are in contact with them, and we need to have pressure put in order to create a better system for when those that are getting released come back onto the streets, because it is literally Groundhog Day. And there is a reason why the security team says they're seeing the same people over and over again. There's an absolute reason. And there's an absolute reason why the police say the same thing. And it's because they are, and there's the same reason why the constituents are saying they're seeing the same people. And it's because there is no time, there is no put away time. And I just also want to concur with the fact that having Birch was a heck of a benefit to our community, to those that had to go there and come back from it. And it did a number of things. It kept them busy.
Can we try and get it back on track to the actual resolution? We're kind of wandering off, and I don't like to restrict debate, but we've got a lot to do tonight, and it's already 9 o'clock. So
I will leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councillor McCreary, do you have your hand up? I think you do, yep.
This is correct, Mayor, and I intend to use my full 5 minutes, and I may wander off topic from time to time.
It's 4 minutes, not 5.
5 minutes at council, I believe. I think we wrote the policy. Anyway, so let me say this to start with. There's lots of blame to go around, and sure, all the provincial governments have got a role in this, but you know what? It's up to this community to really direct its police force and to determine what policing priorities are. And I know there's a myth out there that we don't direct operations, but if you look at the Police Services Act, it's up to the board to work in conjunction with the police to determine the priorities for the community.
That's out of order. It's out of order. It's irrelevant to this resolution. Councillor McCreary, please make your comments relevant to this motion, the private security team. Please.
Mayor, let's not make this about you and me. So I will continue with what I was saying.
Let's make this about the proper chairing of this meeting. I've allowed some latitude. It's getting out of control. Please confine your remarks to what's relevant.
Mayor, the fact that we're running late is not my fault today. And I think we should have a look perhaps at what preceded some of the discussion today. So anyway, I'll just resume where I picked off. So we need to have that discussion in this community because we are
pulling you out of order. Madam Clerk, please. Councilor McCreary, stop. We're going to ask the clerk to mute you for this debate. Please bring it on track. Thank you. All right, so anybody else want to speak to this? I'll just say this, there's some comment in respect to staff. Come on, we've had a lot that we've had to deal with this month, and we cut short that committee of the whole, otherwise this would have been more fully debated. So I'm going to call the vote, please, on this matter.
Item 12.3.20 results and recommendations from the pilot program for physical security guard services as amended has carried on a recorded vote of 10-0. Those voting in favor, Councilors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
So if we can move on to item 12.3.21, that's the prioritization matrix implementation asset management plan. Any discussion on this item? None. Madam Clerk, would you please call the vote on this?
Councilor Wall, we're just waiting on your response, please. Item 12.3.21, prioritization matrix implementation and asset management plan has carried on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those voting in favor, Councilors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, Martin, Mantoski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councilor Carpenter.
All right, if we can move to item 12.3.25, the user fee and non-resident review task force. It's separated because we need members for the blanks. I know Councilor McCurry, this was, I believe, your initiative, and we didn't get time to deal with this last time. Do we have? Oh, I think we've got. So we need a fourth. Volunteer. Looking for a volunteer.
I'll do it.
Right.
Why not?
Councilor Wells, so if we can add that in, please. Anybody else want to sit on this task force? We'll run off. Not seeing anybody. So Madam Clerk, please insert Councilor Wells' name, if we can please have a vote on this.
May I ask a question, Mayor? Just,
Oh, sorry, is there any discussion on this? It's open for discussion more than just the names, but that's why we separate. So on Councilor Antoski.
so just a question, because this was brought forward from the committee of the whole, is this now an amendment that we're voting on? And then we're dealing, is it assumed pass? I'm not sure where we're at with this because of it moving forward in the process.
All right, well, so if you want to do it by way of a formal amendment that we add Councilor Wall in, that's fine. I'm suggesting, unless anybody objects, we just simply add Councilor Wall in, since no one else is volunteering. And then, I'm sorry, if anybody wants to discuss this resolution, it clearly is separated. Now's the time.
Mayor Davis, I would like to move it as an amendment because I'm in favor of Councillor Wall sitting there, but I'm not, I'd like to vote against the actual item itself.
So, all right, so do we have a seconder to add Councillor Wall's amendment? Councillor Weaver, any discussion on the amendment to add Councillor Wall? Seeing none, if I can have the vote, please, Madam Clerk, on this.
The amendment to item 12.3.25 user fee and non-residential review task force to add Councillor Wall has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, any discussion on this resolution as amended? Councillor McCreary, then Councillor Antosky.
Mayor, thank you. I hope you'll guide me in my remarks so that I don't stray. Let me just say that the reason this was put together is so that we can review the fees that we charge to users, of whom people of this city are one component. Currently, we really don't have any sort of grounding as to whether or not some services pay for themselves, whether some services do not. There may be some services, for instance, some of us hear about water being very expensive and sewer being very expensive. And I think it's worthwhile for us to engage in this. I hope nobody's going to get their nose at a joint about the fact that the non-resident portion was added to this. That's going to be a consideration. It's going to be something the committee will consider in conjunction with the full review of the user fees that we take a look at. And the recommendation, of course, will be made by those on the committee, supported by staff, and then it will come to council for review. So I would hope everybody would support this. It's high time we did it. I know those who've been around for a while will recall that every year at estimates, I ask staff what it costs us to maintain an hour of ice time so that we can compare to what we charge. And until I believe Councillor Martin can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe until 2020, we never had a fulsome answer to that question. And these are some of the questions I think that we need to ask and resolve in our own minds so that we can be charging a fair price, which represents in most cases at least our cost to produce it. But in the case of things like youth hockey and youth sports and youth programs, we may not want to charge full tilt because we want to make those programs affordable. And in terms of non-resident user fees, there may be some things that we do want to put a premium on. And what comes to mind maybe is adult recreational programs. But I think I'm maybe speaking prematurely, but I'm not sure we want to jack up the rates so kids from Paris can't use our pool, because I do know that city residents also use some of the county facilities. So we want to be reasonable and fair and make sure that we're completely on the right track. And I think that this amendment and this committee that we're striking have got a lot of good work to do. It's going to take a while, and maybe we can pluck off some of the low-hanging fruit as some of the first things that we did. Like those of you who've been around a while will remember what we did with our major service contracts committee, which looked at a number of things and did some really good work. And I see that coming out of this. So I hope everybody will support this and let the committee do its work and see what the end result is.
All right, Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm probably one of the councillors that has their nose out of joint. So I support a lot of the things that Councillor McCreary just talked about in terms of really just diving down and figuring out what the costs are. But I do have an issue with the non-user or non-resident fees. I think we're in a time now that we need to be building bridges and not walls. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think it's wrong-headed of me at all to be called in this task force. There's a number of things that we need to have a closer look at, and we know full well that other communities have undertaken the same exercise. Guelph comes to mind right off the bat. And I don't think any of them were in any way, shape, or form wrongheaded in having a closer look at how to make it fair, because that's all we'd ever ask for, to make sure that we're making sure that we look after our taxpayer and that they're not being taken advantage of in any way. So I look forward to taking a deeper dive into this and finding out where the costs truly are and how to properly divide that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. The areas around the city have a habit of developing on our borders, and they do that because they get free use of our facilities and they get the lower taxes for being in the county. It was the reason why we put a green belt around the city when we did the one annexation agreement. With this latest one, the green belt unfortunately has disappeared. I think it's something that was a problem with this latest round. I think we should have reinstated a green belt at around the outside of the boundaries, but this is a way to help ensure that people pay a fair price. There's no reason for our taxpayers to subsidize something that's used by people from outside our community. When we find out what the actual cost is for some of these items, we can set the user fees appropriately, so the people using the services are the ones that pay instead of being subsidized by people who don't use them. And I fully support that, and I'm looking forward to some good work coming out of this committee.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
I had a number of reservations whether I would support this or not, but actually hearing Councillor McCreary describe it, I'm more than willing to see what the committee comes back with after looking at the situation. Yes, I have significant reservations, but you know what? This is probably a good time for a review if there's ever a time. So let's do that review and see what they come back, and I can evaluate it when the committee comes back with a report. So I'm going to support this.
Councillor McCreary.
Mayor, thank you for your guidance this evening. I'll say that again. I just want to reiterate, Councillor Van Tilburg made me think of something I left out, and that's that as I see it, this committee will be doing its work in packets. So, perhaps the committee will take a look at something for 2 or 3 months and bring an interim report back to this council to say, we've examined this segment of user fees and here's our recommendation. So that, we're not going to be 2 years or 24 months down the road and bring a final report. We'll be able to bring pieces of that to the committee and to council to ratify or to send packing as the committee goes through its work program. So it'll be a process rather than an end result. And I think the committee will do council proud with respect to the work it will do. And as we come back, if there are items that council doesn't embrace, we'll move on. But that's kind of how I see it unfolding, Mayor.
All right, not seeing any other speakers, Madam Clerk, please call the vote on this.
Item 12.3.25 user fee and non-resident fee review task force as amended has carried on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCreary, Martin, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillors Carpenter and Toski.
All right, we'll move to item 12.4.2, the appointment of citizen members to various advisory committees because of the conflicts of Councillors Wall and Vanderstel. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please take the vote on this matter.
Item 12.4.2 being the appointment of citizen members to various advisory committees, boards, and advisory committee and task forces has carried on a recorded vote of 9-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Utley, Slash, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Mayor Davis, noting conflicts for both Councillor Wall and Councillor Vanderstel.
All right, we're going to move then to item 12.6.1, Committee of the Whole Community Development. That's the application for zoning bylaw re 180 Grand River Ave due to the conflicts of Councillors Vanderstel and McCreary. So any discussion on this item? Seeing none, if I can call the vote on this item.
Item 12.6.1 applications for zoning bylaw amendment PZ-11-20 and draft plan of condominium 29CD-20503 for 180 Grand River Avenue has carried on a recorded vote of 8-1. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Utley, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilborg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter, noting both a conflict for Councillor Vanderstel and Councillor McCurry.
All right, we'll move then to resolutions. There's 4 resolutions on tonight's agenda. There's item 3.1 regarding the resolution of the tentative settlement with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Councillor Van Tilburg, I understand you're the mover of that motion. Would you please state your seconder and read the resolution?
Moved by myself, seconded by, looking for a seconder, Councillor Wall. Resolution of City Council and Camera meeting held April 2021 regarding tentative settlement of the International Brotherhood and Electrical Workers, Local 636, water treatment, wastewater treatment, and distribution and collection for renewal of the collective agreement to cover a period of June 1st, 2020 to May 31st, 2024, be ratified.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please take the vote on this item.
Item 13.1 being a resolution from Special City Council and Camera meeting held on April 20th, 2021 regarding the tentative settlement with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 636, has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, well, there's item 13.2, which is a resolution regarding a tentative settlement with the Brantford Professional Firefighters Association. Councillor Martin, I understand you're the mover. Please confirm that, identify and read the resolution.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor McCurry, that the settlement reached between the Corporation of City of Brantford and the Brantford Professional Firefighters Association, Local 460, for renewal of the collective agreement to cover the period January 1, 2019 to December 31st, 2023 be ratified.
Any discussion on that? Seeing none, please take the vote.
Item 13.2 being a resolution from Special City in Camera meeting held on April 20th, 2021 regarding the tentative settlement with the Brantford Professional Firefighters Association has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
We've moved item 13.3, which is the CAO's COVID-19 emergency update report. Councillor Utley, I understand you're prepared to move this. Would you please confirm that, identify your seconder and read it?
Mayor Davis, my apologies for interrupting, but we did miss an item in the committee report, so I'm not sure if you wanted to take that up now or continue into the resolutions. We missed the noise bylaw item. My apologies for interrupting.
Yeah, let's finish this one.
Certainly. So the CAO COVID report. My apologies.
Mr. Mayor, we're on 13.3.
Yeah, 13.3.
Okay, thank you. Emergency update 4/27/21, financial impact none. That report 2021 312 CAO COVID-19 emergency update 03/23/21 be received, and B, that a bylaw to amend Schedule 1 of the City of Brantford's fees and charges bylaw 52/2021 in order to reduce field rental fees for the remainder of 2021 as outlined in Appendix D be presented to City Council for adoption, and C, that facility rental fees at Wayne Gretzky Sports Center be waived for Brant County Health Unit vaccination site if required. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any discussion on that? Councillor Antosky, did you raise your hand?
Sorry, I was just seconding. I didn't hear a seconder.
Okay. All right, so any discussion? Oh, sorry, Councilman McCurry.
Mayor, thank you. I wonder if there's a member of staff that could give us an appraisal of exactly what area of the Wayne Gretzky Center is being considered for the health unit's vaccination site.
Brian,
Yeah,
Brian,
I can speak to that through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilor McCreary. They're looking at using the gym as the center for the vaccination for the at the Gretzky Center, Councilor.
Do we have the ice out of 2, 3, and 4 rinks?
We currently have ice. We currently have ice in all rinks right now. So we have ice in 4 rinks at this time, pending our summer season and what it's going to shape up with regards to ice usage. So we're kind of in the midst of determining whether 2 pads are going to come out, and we're going to keep 2 pads for the summer season.
So if we were to take the pad out, which is closest to the back door, that would take how long, Brian? A week or 10 days to make sure that that was ready for use?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct, Councilor. About 10 days to take the ice out and clean the pad and everything else. Yes.
And it would be a bit farther walk, but then the gymnasium would not be out of use.
That's correct.
Okay, I'd like to have staff report back on that. I'd hate like heck to see us depriving folks of the use of that gymnasium. And I realized, that there's a schedule of floor refinishing that happens there, but having the public come through there with outdoor gear on that fine wooden floor is going to advance that state of decay and move that schedule of work up. And I think it's to our advantage to do it on the floor as opposed to on the gymnasium, Brian. So maybe you could take a look at that option and send us a memo if you wouldn't mind.
Mr. Hutchins.
if I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, this was explored with the health unit some months ago. They do not want to use the arenas. Not sure why. They chose to use the gym. So we've offered the arenas to them, Arena 2 and then some others. And they don't have any interest in the use of the arenas. They just would like to use the gym. And Marlene Miranda's on the line now too, as well. She's been the liaison with the public health unit. Not sure if she has anything to add, Marlene.
No, that's satisfactory, Brian. Thank you very much. I know the mayor's interested in wrapping things up quickly tonight. I would hope that our 3 reps on the health unit would take my concern back to the board and ask them to reconsider and do this on the arena floor rather than the basketball court.
Yep. Any other discussion on this one? Seeing none, take the vote, please.
Item 13.3 being the CAO COVID-19 emergency update for April 27th, 2021 has carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor: Councillor Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Suss, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, sorry, we'll have to go back to 12.6.9. That's the noise bylaw amendment. There's a deferral motion I believe Councillor Wall wants to put on the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Moved by myself and I believe seconded by Councillor McCurry. Thank you. That item 12.6.9 be deferred for 2 cycles to allow for communications and community engagement staff to develop and implement a Let's Talk Brantford public consultation campaign in May and report back results during the June council cycle. If I could speak to this, Mayor Davis.
When you've got a motion to defer, it's debatable only at time and place.
Oh, we need
a motion to refer is different.
So no speaking to it is what you're saying.
Well, it's just a time and place.
Do we not get a chance to speak to the motion before the deferral? Just put on.
That's fair enough, and I think that's a good point, Councillor Van Tilburg. So if you wouldn't mind just holding off, because it's Van Tilburg, Councilor Van Tilburg is quite correct. That we should hold off in your motion defer in case there are members that want to speak to it. So, all right, who'd like to speak to it before we take the motion to defer?
So I separated it, so I would like an opportunity to.
All right, so you go first, and then we'll hear from Councilor Antosky.
Awesome. I'll be brief. Super simple. When this originally came to committee of the whole, I mentioned that once the media got a hold of this and Facebook got a hold of this, that my phone would light up with residents calling me with concerns and questions. And I am not fundamentally for or against this motion. I need more time to consult with the people I represent to determine whether or not I want to move an amendment, to determine whether or not we should change this. And I really do think that this is a bylaw that will affect every single human being that lives in the city of Brantford, and anybody who moves to the city of Brantford or anybody who is visiting the city of Brantford. And I think that having, 30 days where we can get feedback from the public and then deciding on this in June is not the end of the world. And I really hope that we could just have a little bit of time to hear what the public has to say on this. And I have had so many calls and emails and tags on social media about this, some in favor, some against. And again, I just don't know what to think yet. And I don't feel comfortable making a decision like this without more information, which is why I worked with staff to ask them if they could help us get more community engagement. That's it. Thank you.
Councilor Antosky.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a bit of a different view on it. I'm not sure that the intent of this is really to affect every single person in the city. And I think that is part of the miscommunication or misunderstanding out there, which is perhaps why Councillor Wall really wants to have some more consultation. I have also received a number of emails and calls, but in my view, almost all of them have misunderstood what is trying to happen here. We're not looking at somebody who's playing their radio in their driveway while they're playing with their kids, that this is really about a nuisance, repetitive type of instance. And really ideally, if we could have put it in the nuisance bylaw, I think maybe it would have been understood a bit better. This is just not about all noise. This is about problematic situations. And I think we probably all have some in our wards, but so if that's what people are understanding, I understand the concern for sure. And certainly who gets to measure what is problematic, but I mean, that's part of bylaw. That's lots of things they do fall under those guidelines. So certainly I won't vote against a deferral for public consultation. I would just be concerned that we're clear with the consultation in terms of what the real intent is. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yeah, the idea that I would bring forward a motion that I want to negatively affect the lives of 90.9999% of the community just isn't a thing. But I can understand why people might be concerned when they see such a resolution. So in a nutshell, it is more nuisance based, and it's there to get the 0.01% that are jerks. And there are not that many out there, because in my first term, I never encountered one. So I got a couple of questions. Mr. Anderson, are you still with us? Or did you manage to escape? There you are, living the dream. And you see, this is why I didn't say anything before. I knew I'd have a chance to speak with you. I know this has been big on your plate. And I know that between us and the ward working on it, and that includes Councillor Wall, who's had interactions with this same issue. Could I get your comment on a particular issue that myself and you have discussed and in the past over the last couple of years? And if you would think that this is frivolous or of the norm of what normal society would deal with. Is a person that has a major complaint in my ward, is that person out of order, or are they, or would you think that there's some merit to the complaint forward? that this resolution could address?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Van Tilburg. I'm well aware of the concerns that you're referencing, and they are certainly not out of line. The difficulty that we've talked about is right now they're not a violation. And as Councillor Antosky indicated, the intent here, and similar to you, we've had a lot of calls after the committee of the whole meeting when people naturally presumed that it had already changed, and we had to explain that it has not changed as of yet. But the idea is also to allow the officers to use their discretion. And what the intent here is to try to alleviate those unnecessary, somewhat, I use the word unnecessary, but also intent to take away people's peace, quiet, and comfort, repose of their property. As Councillor Antosky indicates, it's not to stop someone from playing their radio while they're playing basketball in the driveway.
Yeah.
It's clearly intended to identify those arduous acts and those aggressive acts that are intended to harm.
Yeah, so let me just explain some of these for the community. That you're in your own home, you're in your peaceful home, and the noise level is so loud from adjacent homes, 2 to 3 homes down, that your windows are vibrating. And where they have the noise being made, their windows are open and purposely, deliberately causing an issue that we've not been able to address for 2 years. And then imagine that, knowing that we've tried all sorts of avenues and numerous different bylaw changes, only to find out that we still can't address this issue. And so as other neighbors realize there's a noise, they take it into their own hands. And what do? Crank it up loud so that you have 2 homes now finding sound equipment of rock concert levels. And then no one's happy. And of course that spreads across the neighborhood, and the calls increase because there is no mechanism to deal with it. That being said, I fully agree. I understand Councillor Wall's need for a deferral. It's good that the public knows. See, for me to know that this bylaw essentially was passed in Guelph, the sky did not fall, it did not go the way that they had, that has been in there in place for some time. I know this because I made the calls because I had the same concerns. So we have to communicate with the people to what it is, that no, we're not going after you with your lawnmowers and things like that. That is fine. And I think it also, I'm sorry that you're leaving, Mr. Anderson, but it also gives me a chance to go over some of these other aspects in the Guelph bylaw. And I think now with the time ahead, and as people have contacted me as well for strengthening it, for the other things that are also in that Guelph bylaw that maybe we can look at and get that in as amendments when this comes back to council. My concern, and I just want my fellow councillors to hear this out, because I know they've, at one time or another, you're gonna have this situation, but there are homes in a certain area, and that next 60 days, I can't explain to you the heck that they're going to have to put up with while we communicate with the public. But I believe that communicating with the public is always, when reaching out to them, the right thing to do. So we're going to do it. I rather, for the people affected, I'd rather we not. I wish I could do this.
Councilor Van Tilburg, can you wrap it up in 10?
I wish I could do this right away. We're going to have to go this route, and that's fine. And maybe we'll have something even better in a couple months.
All right, Councilor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in support of the resolution, and I'm also in support of the deferral, just to get the message out into the general population that what we're trying to achieve here. I think we've all probably received calls over our time on council of the neighbor from hell next door who plays music, or you don't hear the music, you hear the bass for 12 hours a day and every day, and one woman called me in tears that she felt she was going to have a nervous breakdown. She just couldn't enjoy living where she lived, and needed someone, needed some help in making this neighbor change their behavior. We are really talking about a few number of citizens who are irresponsible. They don't care about anybody but themselves. And the intent of, from my position anyway, is the intent of this resolution is to beef up our bylaws a little bit, to take care of those few irresponsible, obnoxious people. And it's so unfortunate, but we're not trying to control people's lives here by any means. So I think it's good to get the message out and let people know what we're trying to do here, and maybe get some real stories that we can share without sharing the names of why we're doing this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I don't think we need a deferral on this. I think we need to pass this tonight. I have full confidence in Gary Anderson's team of bylaw enforcement officers. He's trained them well. They understand the situation, and it's a bit what this bylaw does is gives them another tool in their toolbox for dealing with unreasonable people. And we're coming up to the season where people are going to start to open their windows, and if we don't have this in place, then some people are going to suffer for another 2 months needlessly. I think that we should pass this tonight so that the bylaw enforcement people can utilize this new bylaw to enforce this issue and relieve the suffering, has been described by some of the councillors already, by some of the things that are going on in their ward. So for that to happen, we need to pass this tonight. The idea that like we all got an email that somebody is afraid that people aren't going to be able to cut their grass. Well, that's not what this is about. This is about people who are maliciously cranking their stereo, and especially the bass, to irritate their neighbors. Not to enjoy it themselves, because it's far too loud for them to enjoy it. They're doing it specifically to irritate their neighbors. And we need this bylaw in place to put a stop to that nonsense and give people a little peace and quiet in their own home. So I won't be supporting a deferral. I think we need to pass this tonight.
Councillor McCurt.
I was happy to second Councillor Wall's upcoming amendment. I hope that's in order, Mayor, to talk about something not on the floor. Because I think he's cognizant of the comms that he monitors with respect to social media. And if we don't get out and tell our story, first of all, then the story that gets told is not the accurate story. And we've seen some examples of that in advance of this bylaw coming forward. So I'm happy to support the deferral. I know it's going to prolong the agony for a number of people in the city, but I think it's also important that we communicate exactly what we're going to do and make sure the public understands it. So I think it's imperative that our communications folks maybe spend a little time with the members of council that are the authors of this resolution and get some examples of exactly what these are, the types of annoyances that this relates to, so the public has a clear understanding that we're not after people's noisy lawnmowers. We'll ask the folks that are victimized by this just to bear with us a little bit longer.
Councillor Vanderstelt.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Carpenter had his hand up first.
No, it's come
No?
down. So.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I couldn't see it. Yeah, no. There are a number of incidents in Tiny Perfect Ward 1 where this is the case, where people intentionally play music extremely loud to others' detriment. They cannot concentrate in their meetings. They cannot concentrate at work. As of late, that has become more of an issue. Personally, I don't have a problem with it. I usually approach the individual and I'm very, very, very polite and respectful and ask that at certain times they do not play their music in such a fashion. I seem to get pleasurable and consistent results from my approach, but I can't expect that for everybody. Now, from my perspective and experience, there are just bad neighbor situations where we don't have a choice, where there are no bylaws, where there are no rules, where there are no governing principles such as, I don't know, a moral compass. People will take into their own hands any device they can to make life difficult for a neighbor. It's not just in Ward 1. People have approached me from a number of different wards as well and talked about the same issues, identical issues. It's not about much more than that. At least that's not what I understood it to be. However, thank you for going or bringing forward the option for more public input. And I appreciate both approaches. I would be okay with passing tonight and further clarification by our staff, stating what it's pertaining to, why this is here and why we need it. So I'll be, as Councillor Celeste says, I'll be interested to see how I vote on the deferral. Oh, there's Councillor Carpenter's hand again. Thank you.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. I was interested to hear what everybody had to say on this issue. It could be passed tonight, and I understand Councillor Wall's concern. We've all received a number of calls with some confusion about what this bylaw means and what it doesn't mean. And I'm always in favor of getting more information from the constituents when the constituents are concerned about something that we're doing and they'd like to have more time to be consulted. I remember trying to move a deferral on an item that failed horrendously at this council, and that was the rush sale of Airedale Golf Course, and that was defeated. But I will support Councillor Wall if he wants to move a deferral.
Any other comments? All right, take the vote.
Can I move the deferral, or do I have to?
Yes, sorry. Put your motion to defer on the floor.
Sorry, I believe I've already read it, and it's been seconded by Councillor McCreary.
All right, any debate as to any discussions, time and place? Not seeing any. Take the vote on the motion. Sure.
The deferral motion for item 12.6.9, the noise bylaw amendment, has carried on a recorded vote of 8-3. Those voting in favor, Councillor Utley, Sless, McCreary, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Weaver, Vanderstel, Councillor Martin.
Okay, we left off at resolution 13.3. We're now at resolution 13.4. So Councillor McCreary, I understand you're going to move that, please.
That's correct, Mayor, and Councillor Martin is my seconder. The resolution reads as follows: that report 2031-315 titled Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation Temporary Rental Assistance, Robertson Avenue, Brantford, be received, and B, that the GM Community Services and Social Development or designate be directed to enter into an agreement with Canada Mortgage and Housing Corp to receive and deliver temporary rental assistance in the amount of $26,551 to eligible households who occupy units 9 through 27 Robertson Avenue, Brantford, Ontario, and C, that the city clerk be directed to forward a copy of the final resolution and staff report to the county Brant.
Any discussion on that? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote?
Mr. Mayor, do we need a resolution to extend the hour?
I'm just going to ask for that. So
Probably willing to move that.
Yeah, council do 1 hour increments. So is your motion then to move an additional hour?
Yes.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So just prior to that, if I could just close the vote of this, the requirement to read it, and then we can do the motion to extend the hour. So item 13.4, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation Temporary Rental Assistance, Robertson Ave, Brantford, carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right. Councillor Utley, to get your Motion to extend on the floor. I think Councillor Weaver, you said you'd second that. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, take the vote.
The motion to extend the hour has carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those voting in favor, Councillor Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, and Toski, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Carpenter.
All right, so we'll move to item 13.5. It's a request to add a resolution by Councillor McCurry and without a notice of motion, so there'll have to be a motion to waive the rules. So if you would please, Councillor McCurry, read your motion and confirm your seconder.
Mayor, thank you. Councilor Martin is the seconder, and the motion reads as follows. The sections 1511.5 and 15.3.11 of Chapter 15 of the City of Brantford's Municipal Code be waived in order to introduce the following as a resolution without prior notice of motion and without first being considered by a committee of the whole or standing committee. Resolution would read as follows. Whereas COVID-19 restrictions have had significant impacts, and whereas many forms of socializing, recreation, and sport have been curtailed, and whereas the game of golf can be enjoyed while maintaining proper social distancing, now therefore be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Brantford recommends A, that the province of Ontario withdraws its prohibition on golfing and any other outdoor recreational activities which can be enjoyed while maintaining proper social distancing, and B, that the city clerk be directed to forward a copy of this resolution to the Premier of Ontario, Will Boma MPP, Brantford Brant, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Ontario's large mayors, and the list of other municipalities.
So any discussion on the motion to waive? All right. Madam Clerk, please take the vote on that. That requires a 2/3 vote.
The motion to waive the rules has carried on a recorded vote of 8-3. Those voting in favor, Councillor Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, and Toski, Wall. Those opposed, Mayor Davis, Councillor Carpenter, and Van Tilburg.
Okay, so Councillor McCurry, if you would please move your motion.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll read it again, Mayor. Whereas COVID-19 restrictions have had significant impacts, and whereas many forms of socializing, recreation, and sport have been curtailed, and whereas the game of golf can be enjoyed while maintaining proper social distancing, now therefore be it resolved, the Corporation of the City of Brantford recommends that the province of Ontario withdraws its prohibition on golfing and any other outdoor recreational activities which can be enjoyed while maintaining proper social distancing, and B, that the city clerk be directed to forward a copy of this resolution to the Premier of Ontario, to Will Boma MPP, to AMO, to the large city mayors, and the list of municipalities in Ontario. And I'll reiterate that my seconder is Councillor Martin. And I will say, Mayor, that we have largely complied, the province of Ontario, with the regulations that have been put forward. And the government of Ontario has been extremely responsive to what's going on in our greater community. And I will say to you that the government of Ontario, and in particular Premier Ford, listens to what people say to them. And you may recall that there have been a number of occasions when the government of Ontario has admitted that they've made a bit of a gaffe and they've apologized and moved forward. And in my estimation, prohibition of golf is a slight bit of a gaffe. The resolution, as it says, it can be enjoyed with proper social distancing. I think, you know, when one considers our community in particular, Mayor, where we've seen the closure of a golf course this year, we don't have golf at Airedale this year, we won't have golf at Airedale again. And I think it's important that we recognize for our community that that sport is important to a lot of people here. And for us to make the recommendation that those folks be able to enjoy their sport, provided that they're properly distanced. And I think it's certainly it's certainly a possibility. There's no maliciousness in this resolution. There's no kookiness in this resolution. It's simply looking out for the best interests of Ontarians and pointing out to the Ford government that they may want to reconsider this discussion. And I'm hoping that this will pass unanimously tonight. And Mayor, I would hope that it would be on its way to the government of Ontario tomorrow. And perhaps in the days to come, we may find that there's a change of heart.
All right, Councillor Van Tilburg.
You know, there's an adage when you're in a crisis in a pandemic, and that is you're bound to make mistakes in your decisions, but the biggest mistake you can make is to do nothing. And I do think it took some courage to come out at one point and say, hey, we got it wrong. I saw that. The thing here, and you know, while I believe that we can do the social distancing and such with golf, there's probably other elements. There's a Me Too thing that goes with that we must consider when we're cherry picking resolutions. You know, small business communities, the way that they get affected by the lockdowns, where I'm quite confident that they could handle social distancing. In other words, we all have an opinion. I have an opinion. I tend to fall in line on what has been guided, and I do tend to listen to what people say to us. So we're in this spot where we just happen to be in a situation of the pandemic that I didn't think we would be in a year ago. I'm hearing when I go to work, coworker, relative of 38 passed away with a small child of 4 months. When stuff like that starts happening, it becomes real, and you have to take, you can't just say, we're here, we're opening and trying to say things are okay. You've really got to stress the need to protect oneself. That can't go away. So while I believe that there is a good value in golf, in sunshine, in exercise, in reducing stress, we can't lose grasp of the ball in what we're trying to contain, maintain until people can be vaccinated. I left a message with Councillor McCurry earlier saying that I tend to agree with him. And certainly it's something that we're not saying do, we're saying look at it, investigate it. And I think that's the same thing that constituents send to us. The question I have is the list is probably a lot longer than what people would send to us, especially when they're out on our streets every other week protesting. And people are saying, why aren't we doing something about that when they're putting other people's lives at risk unknowingly and unthoughtfully? This resolution, I think, has a thoughtful tendency to it. And I think there's a benefit. I'm going to support it, but just be aware that the message is about safety. And I'm waiting to hear what others say, but I personally believe that something like this could be done. I think that about other things. But again, we're not in charge. The province is in charge, and they have a lot more information than us at this council do. I also think that we should get feedback from our own Parks and Rec, our staff, or our golf operations, however that all falls. I think there needs to be a meeting of the minds on that, because you might be asking to do something and getting the province to do something that maybe isn't even doable here under these circumstances. So there's a lot to think about with regards to this resolution, but I also understand the short notice for it.
Councilor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think this is a good resolution. It's timely. I will be supporting it. And just to put it into perspective about how staff feel about this, when it was announced that Ontario would be the only province area in all of North America that has decided that golf courses are dangerous. And that was basically a social media post I got from our golfer that runs our golf courses, Mr. Moore. So clearly he is in the agreement that golf courses should be open they're outside, people can social distance. So I appreciate the resolution. And again, I'll be supporting it wholeheartedly.
Any other discussion? Yeah, I guess I should say I won't support it. And the reason why is this, because, you know, I talked at the beginning of the council meeting about how serious the situation is. And we may not see quite the same degree of seriousness as they're seeing just, you know, 40 minutes east of us. But, you know, it is very serious. And so the way you deal with this, we've learned, is it's through a stay-at-home regulation or public health measures. And so the idea behind stay-at-home is you don't leave your home unless it's essential. And so the more exemptions you have to that, then the more you just don't have stay-at-home. And what is it about golf? Why is, if you start down this road, then, you know, why isn't it tennis? And why isn't it other sports or activities that can be done safely? I think the issue with golf is not necessarily that it can 90% of the time be done safely, which I think it obviously can. It's that, you know, golf is a very social game. And, you know, it results in there being some socializing. And so you got to figure out, you know, you're going to have golf staff trying to figure out with this golf cart, are you really of the same household, that sort of thing. I get why people want to golf. I get why they want to be outside. But I think, you know, if you take this third wave as being as serious as it potentially is, then, and as I said earlier, the more you argue and take issue with what's stay at home, what's not stay at home, then you potentially bring the whole system into a situation where it's much harder to obtain compliance. And it's the only thing that really controls the wave at this point. So I think from that perspective, I understand the settlement, and but I can't support it for that reason. Councillor McCreary, then Councillor Martin.
I've already gone once, Councillor Martin.
Right, so Councillor Martin, you haven't gone, so, yeah.
Thank you. And I believe the resolution addresses one of your concerns in that it says, and any other outdoor recreational activities. I think it's important to keep in mind that you can socially distance while being outside in a number of different activities. This one specifies golf, but it also includes others. So I think that we're covered there. And it's unfortunate that the areas that are the worst for not doing social distancing are now deemed hotspots, and they're getting extra vaccines. So we're seeing bad behavior being rewarded. It'd be nice to see good behavior be rewarded by allowing areas outside of the hotspots to have activities like golf and tennis, where people can be safe and social distance. They already have dividers for golf carts. So if the two people that are golfing together aren't from the same household, they can sit on either sides of a clear divider on the cart and still be safe. So I think there's been a lot that's been put into this. I think our golf course is ready for this, and it can be done safely. And I think we need to give people some kind of an outlet. Otherwise, they'll end up with socializing in ways that's not safe. And by giving them a safe option, I think it improves things and will help people to deal with the restrictions.
Bradley.
You were muted, Mayor. We didn't hear you.
Sorry, Councillor Rattler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support this resolution. When I compare golf to going to the grocery store, there's much more, there's much less distancing than there is at golf. So I'm trying to weigh that in my mind when I, go to groceries. The people that you come into fairly close contact with sometimes, or they with you. You don't always have a choice. But golf, I think it's pretty well organized, and I think for the most part, people respect the distancing. Thank you.
Councillor McCurry.
Mayor, thank you very much. I'll just make some closing remarks. I agree with what Councillor Martin said, that we are addressing any outdoor activity in addition to golf, which can be done in a safe, socially distanced fashion. Singles tennis comes to mind, where you're 40 feet apart. Now, it's been a long time since I took mathematics, but I do think that 40 exceeds 6. You know, when you look at Councillor Van Tilburg made a good reference that, you know, there are a lot of other things that maybe should be allowed. But I'll say to that, that what's before us today is golf and similar recreational activities. That's what this is about. We're not making a decision. We're just making a recommendation to the province that they give a serious reconsideration to this. And as I said, you know, we've got in place in the province of Ontario a government that seems to listen and isn't bound up by ego and you know, pig-headedness. And when they make a mistake, they admit it. And I think in this case, there's a mistake that's been made. And as I said, I hope that everybody today is going to support this. God knows the golf community in Brantford's taken a licking, and they're smarting over the closure of Airedale. And I think that we owe it to them this much to show our solidarity, to stand up for their sport, and to stand up particularly for their sport in the city of Brantford, and say, hey, we got to help these people out and let them get out and get some good exercise and have some enjoyment and be safe. Because, you know, we've seen in this community examples of folks that come together for a purpose that obey the rules, and we've seen some that don't. And I'm pretty darn certain that the golfers that come together at a social distance here are going to obey the rules. And I think it's paramount that we all support them tonight in saying this to the province.
All right, seeing no other speakers, Madam Clerk, to take the vote on this, please.
Item 13.5, the request of the province of Ontario to withdraw its prohibition on golfing and other outdoor recreational activities has carried on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those voting in favor, Councillor Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall. Those opposed, Mayor Davis, Councillor Carpenter.
Okay, I think we've got a notice of motion. Councillor McCurry, if you could read the title of your notice of motion.
Mayor, yes, I'm very excited to say that Councillor Antosky and I will be bringing a resolution regarding a community heritage and cultural space task force.
All right, we'll move then to bylaws.
All right, hang on, folks.
So, Councillor Antosky, you've got the motion, if you please read the motion for first and second reading, and who's your seconder?
Thank you. Councillor Carpenter is my seconder.
All right, we'll settle in then as you're.
Settle in and bear with me, colleagues. All right, that leave be given to the mover and seconder to introduce the following bylaws for first and second reading. 72-2021 bylaw to authorize the execution of agreements individually dated and listed on Schedule A attached here to 1. Agreement between the Corporation of the City of Brantford and SGL Planning and Design, Inc. regarding consulting services for the city's new comprehensive zoning bylaw. 2. Agreement between the Corporation of the City of Brantford and Divine and Associates Limited regarding the supply and installation of waste valves. 3. Governance agreement between the Corporation of the City of Brantford and Metrolinx purchasing goods and services from suppliers pursuant to public procurement processes. 4. Agreement between the Corporation of the City of Brantford and Archaeological Services, Inc. regarding consulting services for the owner consultation program for listing Group B properties on the Heritage Register. 5, memorandum of understanding between the Corporation of the City of Brantford and Wilfrid Laurier University regarding the relocation of the Provincial Offences Court. 73-2021 bylaw to establish tax ratios for general purposes for the year 2021. 74-2021 bylaw to set tax rate reductions for prescribed property subclasses for general purposes for the year 2021. 75-2021 bylaw to establish the rates of taxation for general purposes for the year 2021. 76-2021 bylaw to adopt municipal options related to Part 9 of the Municipal Act 2001, limitation on taxes for certain property classes. 77-2021 bylaw to amend Chapter 148 of the Municipal Code of the City of Brantford. 78-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 37-83, being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the City of Brantford. 79-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the City of Brantford. 80-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 37-88, being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the City of Brantford. 81-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 52-2021, being a bylaw to fix fees and charges to be collected by the Corporation of the City of Brantford. 82-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 37-83, being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the City of Brantford. 83-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the City of Brantford. 84-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 70-2010, being a bylaw to adopt various City of Brantford policies and to create a corporate policy manual. 85-2020 bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88, which is being a bylaw to regulate parking in the City of Brantford. 86-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 37-83, also being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the City of Brantford. 87-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the City of Brantford. 88-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the City of Brantford. 89-2021 is also a bylaw to amend bylaw 144-88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the City of Brantford. 90-2021 bylaw to close Bertrand Place. 91-2021 bylaw to approve the sale of lands municipally known as Bertrand Place, Brantford, Ontario. 92-2020 bylaw to amend bylaw 70-2010, being a bylaw to adopt various City of Brantford policies and to create a corporate policy manual by adopting human resources policy 20. 93-2020 bylaw to amend bylaw 70-2010, being a bylaw to adopt various City of Brantford policies and to create a corporate policy manual by adopting human resources policy -021. 94-2021 bylaw to amend chapter 26 of the Municipal Code to reduce the number of members of the public appointed to the Brantford Airport Board. 95-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 160-90, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the location and use of buildings and structures in the City of Brantford. 96-2021 bylaw to amend bylaw number 90-2018, being a bylaw to designate the City of Brantford as an area of site plan control and to repeal City of Brantford bylaw number 50-2001 and County of Brant bylaw number 157-03 as it relates to the annexed area. 97-2021 bylaw of the City of Brantford to relieve certain points of lots or blocks from the provisions of section 50, section 5 of the Planning Act as amended. And 98-2021 bylaw of the City of Brantford to relieve certain parts of lots or blocks from the provisions of section 50, section 5 of the Planning Act RSO 1990 as amended. 99 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 160 90, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the location and use of buildings and structures in the city of Brantford. 100 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 160 90, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the location and use of buildings and structures in the city of Brantford. 101 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw number 160 90, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the location and use of buildings and structures in the city of Brantford. 102 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144 88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford. 103 2021 bylaw to establish chapter 262 of the municipal code. 104 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144 88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford. 105 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144 88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford. 106 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144 88, also being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford. 107 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144 88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford. 108 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144 88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford. 109 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 144 88, being a bylaw to regulate parking in the city of Brantford. 110 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 37 83, being a bylaw to regulate traffic in the city of Brantford. 111 2021 bylaw to amend bylaw 52 2021, being a bylaw to fix fees and charges to be collected by the Corporation of the City of Brantford for 2021. 112 2021, being a bylaw to amend chapter 133 of the City of Brantford Municipal Code regarding city solicitor appointment. 113 2021 bylaw to amend chapter 30 of the City of Brantford Municipal Code and amend bylaw 152 2018, being a bylaw to appoint members of council to various committees, boards, and task forces for the 2018 to 2022 term of council. 114 2021 bylaw to appoint citizen members and liaison members to various boards and advisory committees. 115 2021 bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford with respect to the meeting held on April 27th, 2021. And that's
Yeah.
all.
Thank you, Councillor Antosky. So we will going to automatically separate bylaws 95 2021 as Councillor Vanderstel and McCurry declared a conflict associated with that item, and bylaw 114 2020 as Councillor Vanderstel and Councillor Wall conflict in the item associated with that bylaw. So are there any other bylaws anybody wishes separated for the purposes of first and second reading? Okay, seeing none. So Madam Clerk, would you please take the vote? Let's do first 95 and 114 2021, noting the conflicts.
Mayor Davis, would you like me to do them separately? So 95 first and then 114 as their different conflicts?
Yep, let's do
That's great. We'll start with 95. That okay? So that's Vanderstel and McCurry. The first and second reading of bylaw 95 2021 has carried on a recorded vote of 9-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Utley, Sless, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilborg, Wall, Mayor Davis, noting conflicts for both Councillor Vanderstel and Councillor McCurry.
Yeah, if we could go down to then bylaw 114.
First and second reading for bylaw 114-2021 is carried on a recorded vote of 9-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilborg, Mayor Davis, noting conflicts for Councillor Vanderstel and Councillor Wall.
Okay, then if we could take the vote, please, on first and second reading of the other bylaws.
All remaining bylaws not separated for discussion purposes or separate voting have carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
All right, let's move then to third reading. I believe Councillor Weaver, you've got the resolution for third and final reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. This resolution is moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Vanderstel, that bylaw 72-2021 through to and including bylaw 115-2021 be taken and read a third time, be finally passed and signed by the mayor and the clerk.
Okay, so again, we'll automatically separate 95 and 114 because of the conflicts. Anybody want anything else separated for discussion voting? No raised hands. So Madam Clerk, let's take 95-2021 first.
Mayor Davis, if I could, the seconder has a conflict on one of the bylaws.
Yeah, can I get someone else to second that other than Councillor Carpenter a second?
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to 95.
The third and final reading for bylaw 95-2021 is carried on a recorded vote of 9-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Weaver, Utley, Sless, Martin, Carpenter, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis, noting conflicts for both Councillor Vanderstel and Councillor McCurry.
Okay, let's do bylaw 114, please.
Councillor McCurry, just waiting for your response for this one.
My Apple device has cropped out. If you could just mark me as voting in the affirmative, please.
Certainly will do. The third and final reading of bylaw 114-2021 is carried on a recorded vote of 9-0. Those voting in favor, Councillors Weaver, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Antosky, Van Tilburg, Mayor Davis, noting conflicts for both Councillor Vanderstel and Councillor Wall.
All right, we take third reading on the balance of the bylaws. Okay.
Councillor Curry would like to identify your vote to me so I can record it.
That's in the affirmative except for my conflict.
Certainly. So the conflict item has been disposed of. So these are just all remaining items, all remaining bylaws.
Yes.
Third reading of all remaining bylaws have carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. Those voting in favor, Councillor Weaver, Vanderstel, Utley, Sless, McCurry, Martin, Carpenter, and Antosky, Van Tilburg, Wall, Mayor Davis.
Okay, so announcements. Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to remind everybody that tomorrow is April 28th, and that's our National Day of Mourning. And every year on April 28th, we pay respects to and remember the thousands of workers who have been killed, injured, or suffered illness as a result of work-related incidents. We also honor the many families and friends who have been deeply affected by these tragedies. Every worker has the right to return home safe and sound at the end of each workday. By working together with employers and workers and our health and safety partners, we can prevent work injuries and deaths before they occur. And in light of the current COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage organizations and communities and individuals to consider holding or supporting a virtual event, or simply pause at 11 a.m. tomorrow on April 28th for a moment of silence. These acts of remembrance will help to honor the lives lost or injured due to the workplace tragedy, while also acknowledging the sacrifice of frontline essential workers who have died or become ill serving during the COVID-19 pandemic. And tonight we acknowledge PSWs, and we need to acknowledge healthcare workers are under stress, mental stress, physical stress, and many of them are getting sick and dying. The pandemic and the third wave is tragic in a lot of countries around the world and in a lot of cities in our province. So I just wanted to bring that up to community to remember. Tomorrow is the day to think of those that have died as a replace the workplace incident. And at 11 o'clock tomorrow, moment of silence, or even on your Facebook or social media, please say something in remembrance of those workers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Carpenter. And actually, I signed a direction today that flags would be half-mast tomorrow. So, Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Carpenter took all of the wind right out of my sails. I was in that boat. I was piloting that boat. I was there all day. I was there all week. I was there all month, but all the wind is gone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Spring's here. We're starting to get some nice weather. It's a good time to pick up litter or don't litter at all. So do your part. Keep your property clean, your street clean, your neighborhood clean, and be a part of the movement to keep our city and our neighborhoods clean. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
No announcements, thank you.
Councillor Mantosky.
No, thank you.
Councillor Sluss.
No, thank you.
Councillor Wall.
I mean, I'm never one to turn down an opportunity to talk. I'll do what I do most months, and I will give a shout out to the 3 incredible neighborhood associations that I am thrilled to work with in our community. If you want to be a part of your local neighborhood association, you just Google Neighborhood Associations Brantford, but I would recommend you follow them on social media. For Eagle Place, it's the Eagle Place Community Association. They have all sorts of great COVID-friendly stuff that they are doing to connect members of the community. For East Ward Echo Place, which I share a border with Councillors Antosky and Carpenter, it's the East Ward Echo Place Neighborhood Association. They are also doing all sorts of COVID-friendly community stuff. And I want to give a huge shout out. I was able to participate last month before the new restrictions went into effect with a neighborhood cleanup. And there were well over 20 people, all in separate groups, no bigger than what was family members specific. And we cleaned up a huge chunk of East Ward, and Parks and Rec were so kind to provide us with the materials that we needed to be able to collect the garbage and make sure we were just leaving it on the side of the road. So huge shout out to the East Ward Echo Place Neighborhood Association and all the people who showed up for the cleanup. And then for the downtown, it's the Downtown Central Neighborhood Association based at a central school during normal times. And they're also just a great group of people doing cool stuff for the community, and volunteers make the world go round. We are thankful for you. And if you want to take part, reach out to a neighborhood association near you. Thank you.
Councillor McCurry.
Well, Mayor, thank you very much. Even though it's hard to trump Councillor Vanderstelt's announcement, I will say this, that Councillor Wall isn't the only councillor that has great neighborhood associations. Councillor Martin and I heard from one of the neighborhood associations in the beautiful 3rd Ward, and as a result, we're undertaking a bit of work on Francis Street to make the driving and pedestrian and cycling activities a little safer there, and to make some improvements to Tranquility Park. So we've got some good things in the offing, and staff are working on that now. And for those in the vicinity of Memorial Drive, Councillor Martin and I are busy trying to advance the project to get the lining of the parking lanes brought forward so that we can resolve some of the issues that we identified after the initial work that was done there. So lots of good news in the ward coming up.
Great. That's it. All the bylaws are signed. So we'll adjourn until next week. Stay safe.
Good night, everyone.